Good evening, Wakefield. I am calling to order this town council meeting of March 24th, 2025 at 7 p.m. Ask folks to rise, face the flag, and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I see full attendance by 7 town councilors in person. That's item 3. Item 4 is public engagement. Sherry, do we have anybody online for public engagement tonight?
No, I don't see anybody on for public engagement.
All right then. We also have public participation, Mr. John Chrisley. If you could come up, give your name and address, and you've been here before, you know it's 3 minutes, and it's not a give and take.
Good evening, members of the Town Council. John Chrisley from 19 Humphrey Street. I'm here to offer my comments on the counter proposal to the current design that's going in on North Avenue. I think that there's sort of two main points I want to make, which is after reviewing the cross-section in the proposal, I would regard this as a big step backwards for public safety. One of the key changes is what I consider to be unnecessarily widening the main travel lanes from 11.5 feet to 12.5 feet. In previous discussions with the town council on this design issue, the generally accepted standard is somewhere between 10.5 and 12 feet. Even the interstate highways, the standard for an interstate highway lane is only 12 feet. Excessively wide lanes have been documented to promote speeding of motor vehicles, which creates an additional risk level for the motor vehicles and, of course, the pedestrians and the bikes that we're trying to make for safer conditions on North Ave. I will note that also in this counter proposal for North Ave, there's, if I'm understanding the dimensions correctly, they're removing the dedicated bike lane on the northbound side, and they're also importantly removing the buffer lane between the northbound travel lane and the bike lane. So both of those would be significant reductions in public safety for anybody riding a bike northbound around the lake. I will also note that in the last couple of months, while the striping has been on North Ave, I've been down there many times, keenly observing it, and you can tell that in most cases the traffic is sticking closer to the double yellow center line, which is where you want the cars to drive. I've observed just anecdotally that I think the speeds on North Ave have reduced with the new striping. And the cars are staying over, largely out of the buffer lane, which creates that vital separation between the modes of travel, the cars and the bikes. The last thing I'll note on this proposed counter proposal for the North Ave design, that looks like they tried to stripe in a southbound, very narrow shoulder lane ranging somewhere between 2.5 and 4 feet. While I think that might be a well-intentioned attempt to make it easier to ride on the southbound side, I would consider that a poor trade-off, in the design, because it would take away from the width on the bike lane, the buffer lane on the northbound side. It would be awesome if we could do the bike lane in both directions, but I think, as everyone knows, we simply don't have the right of way. So those are my key points. I would urge the council to move ahead with the approved design on North Ave, and come up with a very effective communications plan to everyone in town to notify them about the configuration changes on the roadway. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chrisley. We also have Mr. Ted Dooling.
He said he was coming in person, Mr. Chairman. I don't see him here.
Okay.
He actually let me know, by the way, that he thought he got cut out of the 2-hour advance notice.
Oh.
He sent me a text message. He thought he got
I don't know why.
Did we read his thing or no?
Sure.
Sure.
Comment, speaking in favor of keeping a dedicated bike lane on North Ave. Short and sweet, short and sweet.
That is Ted Dooling, 11 Muriel Ave. Okay, moving on, item 5 is request for quotes relative to replacing our town administrator. The A item is Community Paradigm Associates LLC, and Community appears to be in the room.
I am, thank you.
You could just identify yourself when you get a chance, sir, and then it's all yours.
Good evening. I'm John Petrin, Community Paradigm, Senior Associate with the firm. And so you have our proposal before you. So Community Paradigm was started in 2014 by Bernie Lynch, who was principal of the firm. So I'm a senior associate. I've been with the firm for 6 years, and I'll be working on this project if selected to move forward to, congratulations, Steve, on retirement. You're going to enjoy it. So the background on the firm and the principals, again, Bernie Lynch is the principal. Bernie is a retired city town manager. He was in the town of Chelmsford for over 20 years and retired out of the city of Lowell after 8 years as city manager there. So well over 30 years in municipal experience. I have 40 years in municipal experience before retirement. So I retired in 2019 as a town administrator in Burlington. Up the road here, and served also in the town of Ashland, town of Harvard, during the whole Devon's recreation piece, and also served as assistant superintendent of schools for the city of Marlborough for several years at one point. So I had both the school and local government side. We also will have involved in the team Julie Jacobson is a recently retired town manager out of Auburn. And Julie is been working with our firm for the last 2 years, and she also was a principal in the Women Leading Government movement here in the state, and has been a person who's been very involved, in that area. And the other two people that will be involved are communications experts. So Sharon Flaherty. Sharon is a principal in a firm, and she is a former newspaper editor and reporter. So she does a lot of communications. It's great to have a person of that nature, on the backside doing our writing and working with us, in this area. And we also have Jennifer Lefferts, and again, a newspaper reporter. So Sharon was involved with the Lowell Sun for many years, and also in the private sector in the communications area. And Jennifer was involved with the Boston Globe and the Fitchburg paper. And so they have that type of background to bring to the table. When we're interviewing folks and so on, it comes in very handy relative to that. So again, we have a pretty set, we've been doing this for 10 years. We've done many of the searches for town manager, town administrator in the last several years. Right now, we just finishing up with Danvers, Manchester by the Sea out in this area. And I've been involved, leads in searches here in the last year or two in Wilmington and Tewksbury. And so we've also done Reading, Bedford, Winchester, Ipswich, all, within the North Shore, and upper 495 belt area. We've also done work in Woburn, Billerica, Andover, and Amesbury for other type positions. Assistant town manager, finance director, assistant public works director. So we've been very active in the area. Both Bernie and myself are also involved with Suffolk University. So the MMA program that you might have seen, advertised, I'm actually the coordinator of the program for the MMA. And so both Bernie and I teach in the program. So we work with basically 125 municipal students every year, in the program. So we're constantly, talking to people in the business. We're involved with them in that area. So we're constantly, having conversations, with people. And with us doing so many of the searches in the area, we know the people, who have been searching. And what we do is we like to recruit. So we go out, we make the phone calls. We contact people and say, are you interested, or do you know of somebody, who's interested? So we're very much on the recruitment side, of what occurs within our firm. You can see with the experience that we've had, we've done well over 100 of these town administrator, town manager searches. You have our process in which we go through the process. We work with you on that process all the way through. And what we're here to do is assist in the process. We're not here to select, screening around candidates or your finalists to move forward or your final selection. We're here to assist you in the process. And with the experience we have, we've done a lot of that. We've hit a lot of these situations that occur. I was just in Manchester by the Sea on questions they had tonight, on the process, and was assisting them in that guidance as they're interviewing next week for finalists. So we provide a lot of that service going through. We'll come in, we work with your department heads. We'll work with you as to gathering information. We like to talk to each member of the council individually to see what you are seeking. What are the characteristics you're looking for in the next person coming in? And what are the characteristics? What are your goals? What are the projects going on in town? So that we can be talking to candidates. We're ombudsmen in this process. Our process is to make sure we're recruiting people that would be a good fit for you folks here in Wakefield. So we put a lot of time into understanding the community, but we want to understand it from your perspective and from the perspective of the people in your organization. So we can work with you on that. We put that process together, and I think we've been very successful in that area in getting final searches. So if we provided you references on our searches. So if you call the folks in Tewksbury, Wilmington, and Reading, and so on, I think they'll be very pleased, with the process, that we provided the assistance on within that. So I'm going to stop at that point and open it for questions from the council members as to anything I might be able to answer for you.
Councilor Carney.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, as full disclosure, I was the general manager of Worcester Regional Transit Authority. I worked with Julie Jacobson very closely.
Yes.
As assistant city manager in the city of Worcester, as well as when she moved to Auburn.
Sure.
If you are awarded, I would love the council to meet Julie if you are so fortunate to get the contract.
Sure. So actually, I'm doing Town of Auburn right now. We're finalizing candidates now. So we're now that Ed is retiring right after Julie, so we're doing that search right now too.
Councilor Dombrowski.
Thank you for this. Thank you for coming tonight. Appreciate the proposal you submitted as well. I guess one of the things that struck me is that you do have a lot of different municipalities that you work with
Yes.
in the community, and I know some have been of late, like Danvers is just very recent. Obviously, Manchester by the Sea is just about to interview now. So I was hoping you could maybe talk a little bit more about the process that you go through to try to widen or expand the pool of applicants, because one of my concerns is that you have worked with a lot of very comparable communities to ours, especially in the recent years. And how do we ensure that we still have top talent that
Sure.
is applying? Because I don't want the cream of the crop basically have already been placed elsewhere in essence. So how do you do that? How's your recruitment or your solicitation both locally but also more regionally too, or nationally, I should say?
So the crop changes on a very regular basis, which is a good thing. We're getting some younger folks involved, in the process, and that's where we come in from our Suffolk side with the teaching, and the interactions we have there. I can't tell you how many students we placed actually, in the last, 5 or 6 years from people who went through that process and said, they did so because they wanted to be the next, grouping of administrators and managers. So we work with that crowd. We have, those connections. So we will call people in the area. I know some people aren't looking for a position, but I'm going to call people in the area. I know the managers in this area. Steve can knows that, been very active, I'm a former president of the MMA, a former president of the Manager Association, so is Julie. So I've been active over the years. So I'm just going to call and say, who do you know, that might be active out there looking? We'll make those phone calls. We get calls all the time. I've taken 3 phone calls this afternoon, from folks who have interest in positions because they know, we're the, folks to talk to at times, as to what's the next step. So we're providing, guidance from time to time, but we will go out. So our firm actually sends an email out to every single manager, assistant manager in the state that, that we have listed when a position comes up, and sends it out saying, who do you know, that, may have interest in the position. So we're going to seek that out. We're going to, work, that network to see who's out there. And our firm gets a lot of hits on our website, from people seeking positions. So again, I'm not sure, the crop is constantly changing. Otherwise, we want to do well in a position here. And so our goal is always to keep finding the new people, to come in for these positions. Coming in, you'll see, if you look at the communities around you, if you look at the finalists, they were very strong finalists, in Wilmington. They were strong finalists, in Tewksbury, that were listed. So we're constantly trying to build that pool. And we talk to folks, if it's an out-of-state person, we're active. We're the 3 of us are former ICMA members, the International City County Manager Association. So we have contacts there. We make those, we make the phone calls and we work through that.
I guess the other question too is that, we've already sort of have some discussion amongst this body, and obviously the decision is ultimately this body's, as you rightly
Absolutely,
point out. But we're trying to balance that with the notion of a search committee and what that looks like, what that composition looks like. Obviously,
Sure.
an important piece. We don't want to abdicate, or delegate that responsibility to a search committee. However, I think, a good cross-section of folks who are helping to screen through this process is an important piece, because it's more individuals that are offering, kind of their input, more sets of eyes. What, in your experience, are some of the best, like, designed search committees, and what are some of the pitfalls that we should try to avoid in thinking about how we would create ours?
So a search committee, and it's going to be different from community to community because, the players are different. But a search committee, is, if it's a good mix, have an at-large citizen or two, who maybe has not been as involved, in the local community. They're going to bring a different view to the table. But having, many search committees will have a member from the finance committee, the planning board, maybe a representative from the school, whether it's the superintendent or a school committee member, so take a look at the committees that play an important role, from your perspective, and see if maybe having representation from that group is, would be helpful to you. Because again, we're going to work with, we work with screening committees 95% of the time, and we go through and we're, I don't usually have to remind the screening committee, you're a screening committee. Your role is to submit the finalists and not to rank them. So the screening committees we tend to work with have been very good, over that time. So they're going to work, and we'll help them guide through. So when it comes time to it, we're going to say, well, you've got 3 finalists. Would you like to consider an alternate, in case somebody were to withdraw? We'll put all those questions on the table. So we'll work the screening committee through the paces. Again, 95% of the communities we work in, use a screening committee. Some don't. They ask us to present the finalists. So we put together what we call a professional panel. So we'll get retired managers to sit on a panel to interview the candidates to help us select the finalists to move forward. But with the screening committee, we work with screening committees all the time. So we'll give them that guidance on how to proceed through that process and put the information on the table. I think what we bring to the table is we've experienced a lot of different issues having, done so many of these here in Massachusetts. So when an issue comes up, we're able to address that with the screening committee and say, well, here's a suggestion on how you might handle this. We're not here to make the decision. We're here to guide. We're here to provide professional opinion and guidance to the screening committee and then ultimately to the council in making that decision.
And just finally, in your experience, I know obviously most communities will settle on maybe 3 finalists to advance along, thereabouts, 3, maybe
Yes.
4, as you're saying. In your experience, how many applicants would you advance or forward to a screening committee to look at? Everyone that applies? Is there any sort of weeding out? Like,
Sure.
how does that look?
So what we do is the screening committee receives everything. So and we rank them into tier A, B, and C typically. Sometimes we play with that.
You as a firm?
As a firm,
Okay.
we'll put them in a tier A, tier B, tier C. Tier A has, they may all be sitting, town, city managers, administrators. Tier B might be those people who are maybe department heads, assistant managers. Every search is a little bit different as to, who's applying, within a position. Smaller towns, it's going to look different from a bigger community. And then tier C will be candidates who might be very versed in the positions they're in, but don't really have the necessary background. So when we meet with the screening committee, we always start with and suggest, well, let's look at tier C. Is there anybody within that tier do you think you want to discuss and move forward? It's a screening committee decision. We'll provide input, and then we go to tier A and then tier B, we go through. So our role is to provide background. Some people have maybe been released from a position. Not all of us get to succeed in one position through a whole career. Sometimes we run into. So our role is to identify, was the person competent or was it political? The discussion. We want to make sure that's on the table as, the candidates review. And so towns around here have had to make those decisions. Someone was in a community for a lot of years, gets hired in the next community, just ran out of time in that community, and but it's the right choice for the next community. Our role is to make sure we're identifying those issues. We want to make sure we're putting on the table if there's real issues that have occurred. You might want to, Google and look at this situation, because we'll be aware of those in many cases.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Councilor Chang?
Thank you very much. Thank you for making the time today. A couple of questions I wanted to ask, and the first one really builds off of Councilor Dombrowski's first question. As you think about sourcing candidates, can you talk a little bit about the work that you would do to assure that we have a diverse candidate pool? And when I'm asking about diversity, I mean obviously both, sort of gender and racial diversity, but also diversity of experience, diversity of backgrounds. Given that, as you've pointed out and probably seen, the universe of people with town administrative experience is not infinite. And there are other potential backgrounds that also could be sort of a good fit for a role like this.
Sure. So we don't sit here and state the only person who should be a town administrator or town manager is someone who has only municipal government experience. So, we know better than that. I always try to tell people I wasn't born a town administrator. I had to step into that role in some way. I started as a police fire dispatcher, became an assessor, then became, a town administrator. So we're looking, for those pieces. We have, in several instances, people who have good military backgrounds, have been reviewed. You need to be able to work through and assess, does that person understand this type of role? Can they work in an organization where the power is vested in different areas, and it's not always a top-down approach? So, that's one thing with Bernie and myself having served, and Julie as well. Between the three of us, we've got over 100 years of service in municipal government. We understand how this is going to work, so we'll talk to the candidates and see. Coming from another state sometimes, we try to have these conversations because we're different. Massachusetts and New England has a different approach town meeting is different. There is no town meeting past Connecticut. And people don't quite understand, yeah, public, public participation. No. It's not.
A little beyond that.
It's beyond, exactly. So we got to make sure, so we try to work to make sure that a person will understand this process, and can work through unions. If you work in a state in the South, working with a union is probably quite different from working with unions here, in the New England area. So we got to make sure, we go through those discussions. But that's why we have, one of the main pieces with Julie. Julie's only been retired 2 years, so she's, very involved. And she has that, she helped start the Women Leading Government Network, in there. So we have that connection in there. We make sure we get the advertisements out to various sectors, so that we're trying to recruit. The bottom line is we still see many recruitments where there's not enough diversity in the group, but we as individuals are trying to work around that. That's why Bernie and I are involved with Suffolk University and working that, and Julie's involved with Women Leading Government still. And so we're trying to work around those pieces and trying to make sure we're letting folks from various areas know that this is a possibility. And a lot of that's going to come from what we hear from you too. When we talk to each of you individually, we might be getting a push, that we want a person who has this type of character, or this type of background. Well, we need to hear that from, as to what you're saying as well, in these discussions. Steve's been here a long time. And so, with that brings an opportunity, but he's been here a long time. So, we've got to work around, what are you seeking? In the next. I can't tell you how many times I go in, just someone exactly like that. Well, okay, exactly like what? We're going to try to, pull that out and have that discussion.
Thank you. Another question I wanted to ask, and forgive this will sound as a little bit like a negative question, but I think it's an important one. Can you tell us about a search that was unsuccessful? And I'd love to hear sort of your thoughts on, what made it unsuccessful and what some of the lessons learned were from that experience for your firm.
Yes, we've had a couple, and let me talk about one in a community. And it was interesting that the town bylaw, the screening committee was appointed by the moderator, not by the select board. And so what happened was there was just a different vision from the screening committee. And so there was an internal candidate in this piece, and my view is if you have an internal candidate, they should at least get a screening round interview, and I put this on the table with the committee, and they said, no, this is the route we're going to go. So they ended up, submitting three names to the select board, as finalists. And again, we don't choose, they submitted the 3 names, and the select board, after all the interviews, said, well, why wasn't this person considered? And so my answer is, well, the screening committee, these are the 3 names I have to work with, from the screening committee. And so the select board actually, overrode the 3 people who were recommended and appointed an internal candidate. So when it's lack of communication sometimes, we had another search in which a candidate was selected and only lasted a couple of months. Our firm tried to say, are you giving full consideration, on some of these issues? And so sometimes it's just a lack of understanding. If you're bringing in a consultant, at least listen to, what the consultant has to say. You don't have to, go with it. But I think that's some of the areas. It's making sure, one of the things we got to make sure is that we're actually doing our due diligence, and that we're recruiting, out there. We like to make sure we're hunting, using the term, and that, that we want to be hunters, and that's why we're going out making the phone calls. That's why we send out, the particular position statement that we'll draw up. If we're accepted for the position, we'll get that out. But then I'm going to make sure I'm getting that out to individuals, from an area to make sure they're seeing that. Have you seen this? I just went through that with the community, and last week where the resumes were closing, I said, I haven't seen your name yet, and I thought you had interest in this. Oh, yes, yeah, thank you for bringing it back to me. And the names did come in, at the last minute. So that's our role, is to make sure we're pointing it. And I got to tell you, it's amazing how many times, people say, I hadn't really thought of that community at this time. Mm-hmm. And so by having a conversation with them, we're present. I saw Steve last at the what do we call it now, 351 Connect.
351 Connect.
Yes. So at the big annual meeting in trade show, and we talked there, and I talked to a lot of folks, and I had my list open, and so go to meetings here and there. We're present. Both Julie, Bernie, and myself, we go out and we talk to folks. So we're going to make those connections.
Thank you.
Councilor Butt?
Thank you so much for coming in.
Sure.
Can I just ask you some questions about the process? So is 14 weeks a normal timeline, or is it aggressive?
That's aggressive. If there's a screening committee, I'll tell you where we get bogged down, is getting meetings. If you have a 7-member screening committee, our calendar, will be open, but it's getting, 7 members together to do it. That's where we tend to get bogged down. Our process on the other side, as long as, we get, we'll be talking to, we'll send out, if you choose us, we'll send out an email to the 7 of you, and it's like, okay, you need to contact us to set up that individual meeting, with us. All these things are always, but 14 weeks maybe is a little
it's just slightly aggressive. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
So on your calendar, just for you to know, I'm going to have at least 2 new colleagues at the end of next month. So even you talking to all the counselors, that would be a little delayed. But just for you to know, I do think it's a pretty aggressive one. And then you kind of started with my second question. So search committee meets in person. Is that, and
That's
how
up to the
regularly?
search committee. Mostly now, we may do a preliminary meeting by Zoom and so on, but most people want to do interviews in person now. We accommodate the search committee. So our role is to accommodate, and so we'll work with the search committee. Most interviews now are being done in person. But we may do a preliminary meeting or a discussion, by Zoom. But again, we're always available either way.
And you mentioned 7 being kind of a bigger search committee. What would your recommendation be for the number?
5 to 7 is the recommendation.
Okay.
Anything above 7 becomes truly unwieldy it's a lot of voices at the table, but also timing of getting meetings together. We see 9, never seen larger than 9, but typically the search committees we see are 5 to 7.
And you said before the search committee, when you talked to all the town councilors, you would also reach out to department heads and staff and kind of get their input as well, independently of the search committee.
So we like to understand what's happening in the community.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll definitely come out for a day or 2 and meet with the police chief, fire chief, public works director, finance director, and anybody else. I'll do an open meeting if that's wanted with other departments. But the idea is that if you've seen our position statement,
yep.
And so what we try to do is get a clear understanding of what's happening in the community, so that candidates get an idea, of what they need to research, in coming in. So we try to make sure we're highlighting a lot of this. And usually, those are the departments in which it gives us, those are the big project, departments. Those are the departments with the biggest budgets, so we do that. But again, we set up, groups. We'll send out a questionnaire to each department head, saying, could you please fill this out, which, is going to provide information for us to understand.
Thank you.
Councilor Vincent.
Thank you, Chair McLean. And thanks for your presentation. I know you said you weren't born as a town administrator, but Steve was. He was his preschool. He was his preschool classroom administrator, and then had it every step of the way after that. Can you talk to me a little bit also on process, background checks? What type of background checks do you do for?
So when it comes down to the finalists, our firm actually does on all finalists. We don't do just the person selected. So when, we might be the only firm that does that, but we do it on, so if there's 3 finalists, you'll get a report from us prior to, on a reference review on these candidates. So we'll do the background check as well as contact 4 to 5 references on each of those candidates, and you'll get basically a 2-page synopsis on each of the finalists so that you can see what's being said about these candidates by their references.
Okay, that's good. And I noticed in your proposal that if I got this correct, you were proposing 2 public forums and 1 survey.
We work with you on that, so the surveys we find to be the most helpful. People respond to the surveys. We've had communities with 300-400 responses, on the surveys, and it depends on the community. The forums, we'll do a forum, if you wish, and typically that might just be a couple of people, coming out. But I'll tell you, we find that the surveys are very helpful. We'll put that together. We'll give you a synopsis of it, after the fact, as to what people are saying.
And this town recently has been very responsive to surveys. The MBTA 40A,
Sure.
housing production plan, we got in the hundreds, the number of people. These are surveys that were conducted over the last 6 months or so. Are the public forums on Zoom, or are they in person or hybrid?
We've done both, or all 3,
Yeah.
in that case. So we work with you. We're here to, every community is going to be a little bit different. There's 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. It's 351 ways.
Sure.
So I teach kind of that in my class. Every community has so what we want to hear from you is what's most effective, that will work here in Wakefield.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Councilor Butler.
Sure. Just a couple of quick things. One is you sort of mentioned there, I think we've had 2 town administrators in the last 50+ years.
And
3.
Steve's been 49.
Right, yeah. And I think it might be more than that. I just don't know. 3? Oh,
I know 3.
it was before. I thought Tom was more than. I thought he was almost 30. But so just thinking about, you highlighted your group, and all of the sort of senior members of your group, or all the members of the group, I see has 35+ years of experience. So talk to me about how you sort of connect with the mid-career executive who we could potentially have for 20 years plus,
Sure.
versus hiring, if we hire a late career executive where we're looking at 5 to 10 with them.
That's where the Suffolk University really comes in. When you look at a class of Suffolk students, first of all, you have to be municipal employees. So we have 50 students. There's 2 classes of 25 each. And that class is made up basically of, there'll be someone from police, fire, public works, administration. There's assessors, planners, and so on. So though that class is going to be, they're not 22-year-olds. The class is made up of basically people who, the youngest might be 25, 26 in a class, but generally they're more like 40 years old, in that class. So these are people who have had 15 years of public service. They're looking to step up, to the next level. So the class, sometimes I'm not even the oldest person in the room. So when you walk in, so the class is really, a great group. So this is where we start meeting people. People also know if they're interested. I'm working now, town of Sutton has a public works director, from another community who's a finalist. So I talked to him a year or 2 ago. I actually talked to him because I stole a couple of his people over the years, and he was a reference. And then he said, I want to be a town manager after 20 years being a public works director. So we worked with him. So we're constantly, talking to folks who call us, for advice. I just had a public works director last week who's interested in one of the towns we're doing now. He says, I've been a public works director. I just went and got my master's degree in public administration because I want to take it to the next step. And this community is open. I said, let's talk. And so that's how, it works through. So we need more folks, in the business, and you can't all have been, you can't all be town administrators and town managers in some of these communities. A public works director, for instance, does as many things as a town administrator does in many ways. Dealing with the public, working with the big budget, having to deal with the problems of the day, including the public never being happy over certain situations. They're dealing with that. So they have that concept of what it takes. Now, the question always is, are they ready for the next step? So that's where you always have to project. Is a person ready for that next step in the career? And many of them are ready. So yes, so we work through, these programs. And Julie with the women group is constantly talking. She's a mentor to a lot of folks who are looking to take the next step in their career. So we're constantly talking to these people, through our groups.
And then just a follow-up around, not a follow-up on my question, a follow-up around money and around, I think maybe you mentioned the time frame. If the time frame extends, like how, like we're signed up for, you gave us a quote for a flat rate.
Yeah, it's a flat rate.
And then do you help us with assessing where we should come in at for the town administrator? Do you help us with that salary
Absolutely.
negotiation?
So we'll take a look at the pay.
Okay.
And we'll give you, in the beginning, as we're talking to you, one of the questions will be, I always work with the town administrator, the town, manager, or if it's none present at that point, the chair, and say, I need the information. What are you paying? What do you think you're going to pay? And then we will do, we know what the pays are in general, in the area, and we'll give you some information as to where we think you are. Because if you're paying too low, we're going to tell you that. Okay. I'm not going to be able to recruit experience based on that. So we'll give you that insight, that information early in the process, so that when we actually go out to advertise, if you've seen our position statements, we usually say, salary is X number plus or minus. So we'll help you with information and our opinion.
Does it ever come in minus?
What's that?
Does it ever come in minus?
Yeah, at times, yes. Yeah, because if you're taking on, depends on the type of community, but if you're taking on that person who's making that next step in the career, that's for you to decide in contract negotiation, but you might say, we're going to bring you in at this, but I also recommend over the next couple of years that you make sure you get them to a level that's reasonable in your area, or you're going to lose that person sooner than you would want. So we work with you on that discussion.
Okay, thanks.
The only question I had was, and I don't want to disparage town insiders because maybe everybody in the room might arguably be one, but in a class of 5 to 7 for the search committee, is there any room for, from what you've seen, for regular members of the public? We've got some very intelligent people in Wakefield who may not serve on any committee, who may not be, involved in town government or a town employee.
I think I suggested that, in my opening statement on that was that, having a person who's not as involved, brings a different perspective, to the table. It's always good, to have several people who understand what's going on, in things, but it's also good to have that different view, that diversity on the committee, and I've had, several committees in which, they all introduce themselves and someone will say, I'm nobody. I'm just a citizen here, because they're all introducing themselves. I'm the chair of this, been the chair of that, a former, and someone will say, I'm just, and that perspective is very helpful, at the table. So that's why I say, having 1 or 2 citizens at large, who might be newer to the process, Maybe they have an HR background, you know, and then sometimes you look, you know, for folks like that, but just having some common sense. And again, the committee, when you come into the committee, people have to understand, it's a screening committee. You're not choosing the next, administrator. You're trying to put together a good pool, that might be a little bit more wide-ranging when you make your decisions for the council to consider.
Thank you. And I was very impressed by the level of experience of all the people in your firm, including the firm that follows you. I mean, it's very
They're
impressive.
good,
It is so impressive.
We know each other.
30, 40 years of experience. You call this retirement, huh?
Yeah, we still have fun doing this,
Well, Steve's gonna be
you might be
available in
talking
July.
to Bob Mercier. I follow Bob Mercier, and after he
Right.
retired in Burlington, and Buzz is a great guy, we went to a Red Sox game last summer, so, it's like, we all know each other in this business, so.
All righty. Any other questions by the councilors? Thank
No,
you so
thank
much.
you so much.
for your
Okay, great, thank
presentation.
you. And
Good
if you
night.
have any questions at any point, you have our information, and you can contact us, and we'll be glad to answer anything.
Great,
So
thank you
good luck
so
with your
much.
process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sherry, do we have Municipal Resources, Inc.?
They're actually here. You can.
Yeah, they're in person.
They're in person, yep.
Let's bring them in.
All right, tell them to stop socializing.
Yeah. They do
Move this
know each
along.
other, right.
They know each other.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
So, how do you want to handle this? You want to
I would
open up?
just
You want
like
us
you
to?
to introduce yourselves and then give us your presentation, and then you will have questions from the councilors.
Okay. Here's number one. We've both been town managers, town administrators. We know you've got a very busy agenda tonight, so we'll try to be short. You've got our materials, so you have a good idea of the process we follow. Questions on that are fine. We're not going to go into too deep detail, simply because you guys know what you're looking for, and we hope it's going to be us. So anyway, I'm with MRI. I've been with MRI since I left Burlington, and I know John was just here. I left in 2012. I served a temporary position in Wayland for about 13 months. I thought it was 6 months. It just kept going and going and going. And I left there and I went to work for Alan at MRI. My background is, as you've seen, I've been a town manager and a town administrator for the vast majority of my time. I did take a break. I went to be the president and chief executive officer of the Nuts Suburban Chamber of Commerce, which has, 500-600 members all along the 128 corridor. We have some Wakefield companies. And that was a nice break for me. I was also the first town administrator in Burlington. I was in Burlington twice, if I'm confusing you, if you can believe that. 1980, they passed special legislation to create a town administrator. They had an executive secretary prior to that. 1981, some of you might remember, was Prop 2.5. Great time to start a job, especially with the change in the form of government, going from an exec secretary to a town administrator. I will say, candidly, that was a difficult time. But it's worked. Burlington was a great town. They actually asked me to come back in 2000. So I didn't burn many bridges, but it was difficult. And I got a good sense as to how communities transition. And I know you folks have transitioned. You created the town council. You've got a very strong charter, in my opinion, which is all good. That's all good stuff. When I was in Burlington the first time, we did not. On the other hand, when I went to Billerica, which is a very strong charter here in Massachusetts, that was totally different. The town manager was really the town manager. Everybody was under the town manager. You'll appreciate this. The town manager in Billerica assigns the number to the school department. Ouch. Now that could be good, that could be bad. as you guys all know, you guys and gals all know. So, and I've been doing this with MRI and with Buzz. I've been doing it for 10 years. Buzz a little less than that. So Buzz, tell them who you are.
I've been working with Bob for about 8 or 9 years. I retired from the town manager in Andover, and then transitioned into doing recruitment for MRI. I had a 40-year career in municipal government, and I was town manager in Wilmington for about 10 years, and then town manager in Andover for 25 years. And so I've worked in 2 communities that had, again, as Bob said, strong charters and open town meeting form of government. So I'm somewhat familiar with your form of government and have worked in communities, consulted in communities with town councils. We worked in communities in both Rhode Island and in Connecticut that have strong town council form of governments. So we're familiar with your form of government as well. And we're pleased to be here today to tell you about MRI and what services we think we can offer you folks. So Bob, why don't you?
Well, I think one of the interesting things which I forgot to mention, I think we might have included in our information, I have been an elected select board member in my hometown of Tingsboro. And I served there for about 4 years, and I left voluntarily. I did not get beaten in an election. I left voluntarily because I was assuming the town manager role in Billerica. And you can't do both, as you recall. I also served on the government study committee in my hometown. I still live in Tingsboro. And we have just recently created a town manager position. We went from a executive administrator to a town administrator, and now we have a town manager. Not the strongest. That was like pulling teeth, as you know, if you've gone through that process. There are other constituencies out there who don't want to roll in under the umbrella of a town manager, and every community goes through that. You make decisions, and we ultimately made the decision to create the town manager, not the strongest town manager, but a town manager who had appointing authorities and those type of things. So that's kind of the varied approach. I've been on both sides, if you know what I mean. And it's not an easy role that you're serving. And our opinion, as we look out at what's happening, there has been some transition. Steve knows this. There has been transition in a number of positions in communities. Some good, some not so good. Your community, and the reason we applied, and Buzz and I talk about every possible applicant that comes in that's looking for a new town manager, town administrator, whatever it happens to be, and we decide not to go to some places. We just withdrew from Dartmouth, and it's no secret. We did Dartmouth 7 years ago, and it's an interesting place, and we didn't want to go through that process because one of the things that we do in our searches, we don't want either the appointing authority or the new town administrator, town manager to fail. We can't guarantee that. But if we see a situation that's difficult in terms of the political rhetoric that's going on, because we've served in a role, we sort of know a new town administrator, a town manager is not going to succeed there for various reasons. And we won't take that on because we don't want to be a part of a failure. And we feel very strongly about that, which is why we don't apply to every community that comes up, because every community is different. Having said all of that, you folks are different. You're stable. Steve's been here 17 years, maybe? Plus you served on the, So that's very good. There are people out there. You're a desirable place. We were going to come here early to take a walk around the lake. I don't think I can make it any more than 3.5 miles. Buzz is a runner. He could have. But you're very desirable. You've got the train station, location. You've all heard that. Wakefield is very desirable. And you see it. You know who's coming into your community because it's a very desirable place. I know you got a new high school being built. That's big. Anecdotally, a little story about that. We just finished up in Lexington. So you're all sitting down. They're proposing a high school of $600+ million. And it's probably gonna be 700 by the time they get around to it. And people, and this is Lexington, you know, great schools, all that kind of stuff, very desirable place. And they're getting pushback. They're getting pushback because, and Buzz is in Andover, lives in Andover. They came in with a $400+ million high school. It was turned down in Andover. So when I mentioned earlier, this is a tough time for elected officials because there's a lot of dynamics going on from the federal level, down to the state level, down to your level. And it's tough. I applaud you for being involved. It's not easy. When I served on the board for 4 years, I had 2 people leave when I left. Not because of me. They were just, it's tiresome what you folks all do. And people have no idea what you folks do and how you're interrupted, your family life, all that kind of stuff. So again, applaud you for what you do. The good news in all of that statement is that you're representing a terrific community.
I think we should have probably said at the beginning, our president, Alan Gould, would like to have been here, but he's doing a search today in doing final interviews in community in New Hampshire, so he couldn't make it. Generally, he would come with us. And a little background on Alan. Alan's retired police chief, retired town administrator in New Hampshire, and has been president of MRI for about 16 years. The company is based in New Hampshire, but both Bob and I reside in the Merrimack Valley. As you know, I reside in Andover, he resides in Kingsborough. So, you know, we consider ourselves local, and certainly local to the North Shore. Just as you saw in our proposal, our process would start off with getting to know the community, meeting with you folks individually, meeting with the screening committee, and then department heads and the town moderator, other folks in town that you think are important for us to be speaking with, so we can get an idea of what we call the profile of your next you know, town administrator. And people are going to say, well, just clone Steve, and we hear that all the time from communities because when you have, you know, a long-serving town administrator, you know, people get used to that style and they appreciate that. But as you know, that's not possible. So we try to get as best as we can an idea of the profile of the person you'd like to have sitting in that seat for 10, 15, or 20 years. And we take that material, we take what we learn, and then we do a community profile. It was attached to our proposal. I think we put the Lexington the profile in so that we can send that to candidates as introduction to this town, so they know what the issues are. We'll include some pretty pictures, of course, but we try to get into what concerns you folks have, what concerns we hear from the department heads, from the community at large, to capture in a few words in a 4, 5, 6, 7-page document that we can circulate to prospective candidates. And in terms of prospective candidates, as soon as a job ad gets drafted with your assistance, we'll start hearing from folks. Because as Bob said, it's a desirable community, AAA community, great finances. You know, people are going to be watching your meetings, prospective candidates you haven't heard. They're probably watching already. And they're going to be going on the Department of Revenue website. They're going to be going on your website to look at your finances. And they're very strong. You know, so that tells us that you would have, this community would have a good group of candidates. Now, how many? It's not like the old days, not like 5, 10 years ago when you'd get 50, maybe 60 candidates for a job. Probably more like, you know, 25 or 30 candidates. And some of those wouldn't be really qualified, but there'll be a good group of candidates for this position, and we'll work that through with your screening committee to get to bring that down to a reasonable number that they want to interview. And we work with the screening committee. We have will assist them with questions. We don't ask the questions. We have questions for them, and they will vet the questions amongst themselves and determine who wants to ask what questions of the interviews. Another thing we do is from the profile, from the ideal candidate, we'll have essay questions that we will send the prospective candidates. And that'll divide some people. People will be very busy. People say, I don't want to work a weekend or several days on some essay questions. But the essay questions we think are important. We don't ask them to solve a problem in town. What we want them to do is tell us what they have done in their professional experience, how they've handled a crisis, how they've handled a variety of issues. And those questions will be tailored to what you folks think are important, what the screening committee thinks is important, and be typically 3-4 essay questions, 2 pages each, so it's not overwhelming for them to do. But we want to see how they think. We want to see how they write. Can they write a paragraph or 2 or 3 about a situation and have it be coherent? And you'd be surprised writing skills that people do not have. In addition, we will be interviewing the people that return the essay questions. We'll be interviewing them on the phone. Bob and I will be speaking to them to probe on perhaps their essay questions. So we'll go over their resume with them. How come you were only in this community 2 years? Or, tell us about your 15 years in XYZ community. What did you learn there? At that time, our staff will be Googling these people. And as you can imagine, there's nothing that about anybody's background, good, bad, or indifferent, that isn't on Google. We have, about 3 years ago, we're interviewing a guy from out of state. Sounded great, wonderful resume, good writer, had everything going for him. I said, is there anything you want to tell us, before we Google? Perhaps there's something in your background that maybe you could explain. No, I'm good. So the next day.
Because the other thing is, this was an ICMA credentialed manager. And if you know ICMA, that's our professional organization. And you can get yourself in trouble if you're lying in the public arena. But he was credentialed and a really good candidate, as Buzz says. But anyway, finish up.
So the staff in the office called a day or two later and said, did you know that that Joe Smith had been arrested in North Carolina 3 weeks ago, and that he's got a court date in another month, and he misbehaved in a restaurant? I said, well, no, Joe didn't tell us that. So we called Joe and said, Joe, what's up with this? And then in terms of Facebook, don't use Facebook. Our staff will go through Facebook accounts back years and years and years. We had a nice candidate in a community. He wrote something stupid on Facebook 10 years ago. I couldn't bring this to the screening committee because they'd check this guy out on Facebook. I called him and said, you're out of the running. Joe, you made a mistake. You should have deleted it 10 years ago. You didn't, and it's hurting you in this particular search today because people in the audience, people at home, they're going to help you. And they're going to, if there's something about somebody who's a candidate, you're going to hear about it. We want to get that early so that person is not going to be an embarrassment to the screening committee or to the council here. And then we will work with the screening committee to have a group of whatever you folks want. If you want to interview 3, 4, 5 is a big number of finalists, but we would help you with the interview questions that you want to ask. You'd be provided with the, again, sample interview questions. You'd be provided with their essays. That's a public document. And we will guarantee we're not going to bring you folks that have issues that somebody will be bringing to your attention. It doesn't help the process. It certainly doesn't help you folks, and it's an embarrassment to our company to be bringing people who aren't qualified.
Let me comment about the essays, because we hear a lot about that from candidates, frankly. You know, that's a lot of work, and we agree, it's not easy. We do 3, 4, sometimes 5 questions, and as Buzz suggested, that we not only limit it to 2 pages to answer the question, and we've had pushback from people saying, you know, that's a lot of work for me to do, and the antenna goes up for us. We sit there and say, so you don't want to spend 2, 3, 5 hours responding to this for a town like Wakefield? You just don't want to make that kind of commitment? We don't think that's a commitment to your town. That's a commitment of somebody looking for a job. And we don't like that. Now, to that point, we have people tell us, you know, you'll send me questions, I'll go on AI and have a response for you in like 10 minutes. Well, that's fine. That's fine. If you're going to do that, you're cheating yourself and you're cheating the client, which is you. And what we suggest, if somebody gives us those essay responses, you're going to get them, as Buzz said. And one of the good things that we like about that is you can dig into their responses and say, you know, in the second paragraph here, you said, could you explain that a little bit? And if they didn't write it, you might see some hesitancy there. And as Buzz suggested, one of the things we like about the essay questions, we think one of the primary roles of your administrator, Steve knows this, is communication. Communication is not only verbal. Believe it or not, people can still write, some. And we think that's very important because take a look at your population. Not everybody's on Facebook. Not everybody has a computer at home. Some people like the written word, and we like to see that. We don't think it's a lost art. We think that's an important component of being the face of the community, being your town administrator. And we feel comfortable with that process. We know that we do lose some candidates, but as I said earlier, if we lose that candidate, ultimately that's good for you because they're not really committed to Wakefield. And we have them. We've seen them in some of our searches that they're interested in the position until you ask them to do something. So they're interested in a job, not to be the town administrator in Wakefield. And we kind of screen that stuff out for you folks. And we think it's an important part of the process. So I know Buzz talked about the process going through the essays and then the phone discussions we have, and we weed out a lot of people in that, as he just suggested. We find out information that, let me expand upon that a little bit. You got to be careful with that. You know you work in a public environment. And if we do that, what we call the background check in the public domain, you've done something on Google or Facebook and stuff, that's the public domain. What you won't get from us until you pick your final candidate is an in-depth review of their finances, their status, whether or not they defaulted on loans, blah, 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 blah. Because that's very personal stuff. And if we do too much of a detailed review of your final 3, you can have your unsuccessful candidate say, you didn't have a right to do that. You didn't have a right to look at my credit report. I wasn't selected by the town. So you submitted that to the town and it's out there? So you gotta be very careful of that. And that's Alan, you know, that's his police background. He says you gotta be very careful with that kind of stuff. And we acknowledge that. We'll give you as much information as we can about their background and what happened and all that stuff. But you gotta be careful about some of those areas. Your final report, the person you pick, we do a very detailed background investigation. Buzz mentioned Alan, police chief, we've got a lot of resources. And this isn't a Corey check. We dig. We will find out that somebody had a problem in college in 2001. So we'll find out all of that. We'll find out about their credit reports. We'll find out about whether or not they defaulted on a mortgage, car loan, whatever it happens to be. Because in that final report, you need to see all that. You need to see all that. So that's the detail part of it. The other thing I'll talk about a little bit is the community involvement.
Let me just say at that point, I'm gonna just, before you get into community involvement, just jump to the end. When the candidates are here, you select a candidate. What we recommend is that there be a motion that would have a tentative appointment of the individual. Tentative based on two things. One, the successful negotiation of a contract, because as you may be aware, that sometimes things break down in negotiations. You don't expect it, you don't want it, but sometimes that happens. And the second thing is a background report that's acceptable to you folks. So it would be a conditional appointment based on negotiations successful and a background report. And typically our background reports are, 15, maybe 18 pages. Generally, there's about 8 to 10 pages of a narrative when our people go on to interview, not only their references, but people who are not references that we can ferret out. You'll have a report on a number of people being interviewed, and then you'll get all the credit information attached to that. Now that is not a public document. That's a document for your eyes only, and for the candidate. And once you folks read that and are happy with that, it goes into his or her personnel file and it stays there forever. So it's not a public document, but it's something that will tell you a lot of information about their background, so you know the character, the personality, the employment record that may not pop up on a resume. And we've had people have had bankruptcies, and they have an explanation for why they might have a personal bankruptcy. But we think that's important for the appointing authority to know. I'm sorry, I wanted to get that in.
No, that's fine. So the public engagement, public participation, we'll call it. Towns are different. Some towns want a lot of that, some towns do not. As Buzz suggested earlier, one of the first things, and where we get our most information, is from your department managers. We talk to them individually, and it's not just department managers. We'll talk to anybody you want us to talk to. We strongly suggest you have us talk to somebody from the school department. They're such an integral part of your community. Finance committee members, people like that are important. Buzz always has a thing about the town moderator, because the town moderators really know the operations of the town and what goes on at town meetings and all that kind of stuff. And we like to get that perspective from the town moderator. So, as I mentioned, by the way, the individual sessions we have with your department heads are individual. It's the department head with me, or the department head with Buzz, separate rooms. We don't do groupthink. We've been managers before, and we have a department head meeting, and all of them are kind of sitting on their hands because they don't want to say anything because the other one is right there. We want honesty when we talk to your department managers. We're not going to run back and say, well, the police chief told me this. We're not going to do that. But we need to know some of the undercurrents in the community, and they may be there. You may not know about them, but if we hear them, that's going to help us in developing our profile of the ideal candidate, somebody who handles that kind of stuff. So that's an important portion of what our work will be. And for the most part, I think, the department managers like that. They like to feel that they're engaged. This is going to be their boss, and they're not selecting their boss, but they like to have input into what type of leader they want to see. And like I said, you guys have had a good example with Steve. Yeah, this isn't unique. We did Bedford that had a 30-year town manager there. We've done Lexington. We've done town. Westford was 19 years their manager. So everybody has a little bit of trepidation. Yeah, but that's the way Steve would do it, or this is the way Jim would do it, or Sheila would do it. That's not insurmountable. People acquiesce to the change for the most part. You'll get a couple that will not, but we have probably identified them through our process, and we could alert either you folks or the manager coming in, or the administrator coming in, you may want to pay particular attention to this because it's an issue out there and you should be aware of it coming in. And the people, our candidates, really do appreciate that. Thanks for telling me that. We had an incident with in a town not too far from here where the individual was considered very seriously, but ultimately did not get the position and was very upset, very upset. And we told the candidate who was successful, you've got to focus on this. Good person, good department person, blah, blah, blah. You got to focus on this person. They're hurt. And you got to take them under the wing and say, it's going to be fine. I respect you as an employee here. You're very good at what you do, and you and I are going to get along fine. And in this case, the individual ultimately left. Said, I just can't continue to be here. But we advised the selected candidate of that situation, and it was very much appreciated. So back to the participation of folks. What we typically do, we've been doing it more and more because people like to see that. They want to give, I'll call it the opportunity for people in the community to comment. So what we've done, and we just did it in Lexington, we had 2 days where we'll come in, you pick a, we'll work with Steve on that. And typically, believe it or not, one of the good places to go is the Council on Aging and a library. Most of the people in your town know where those two facilities are. And it's not, and like I said, you guys have been involved, so you know, sometimes, not all the time, sometimes a town hall is intimidating. And there are some people who never participate in government and say, I don't want to go to the town hall. You know, it's kind of, I'll go to the library. You know, if Bob and Buzz are going to be there and they're going to question us, what are you guys looking for in your next town administrator? What do you think is important for that person, the characteristics of that person? You want somebody who can communicate, you want somebody you can relate to. You tell us. That's why you're here. And we found, it depends on the community. You sound like you have a bit of an engaged community. So in Lexington, which is an engaged community, we probably had 25, 30 people come, and including other like board members, elected board members, who feel comfortable in coming and giving us their opinion. And that's fine. That's what your intention is. Like I said, it could be 1 or 2 days. We think that's important. The other thing we do about community outreach, because we all hear about it, and this belies the fact that I mentioned not everybody has a computer, but we do set up a separate email address for people who are sitting at their home computer and say, you know, Wakefield town manager, town administrator recruitment at MRI. It's our information. It comes to us. It's not a public document. So people send that to us, and we see it, and we look at it, and after a period of time, we'll summarize it. No names. It's anonymous, and we'll show it to you. The funny story is when we did Bedford, I don't know how familiar you are with Bedford, they got the Hanscom Air Force thing going on with hats and all that kind of stuff, and they have all kinds of expansion plans, and that's controversial in a community like that. Well, we must have got, I want to say 6 to 10 emails on that particular issue. And we summarized everything we got. We sent it to the select board, and they says, oh yeah, we know who these people are. So they heard, but you gave them the opportunity. And that's the key there, is you gave them the opportunity. The other thing I would suggest is that you be careful about how much engagement. And why I say that, and as I mentioned earlier, I was on a select board. It's your decision. That person has to work for you. And you can hear a lot of stuff about the imperfections of the candidate moving forward, but if you all agree that that's the best candidate, it's your decision. It's not what you heard at Dunkin' Donuts. You know, it's not that type of thing. This is an important decision for you. And this synergy has to work between the new administrator and you as a board. So just understand, you know that. I'm not preaching to you, but so then after that process, I know you have a screening committee, and don't know if you have membership on it yet. Okay, all right.
And you're not gonna have membership on it?
Oh, we will.
We have
You-
not
we haven't
assigned.
You have not
Assigned
assigned
yet.
people.
You haven't assigned, but you will,
Right.
okay, that's good for us to know.
But I thought I saw a breakdown as to the type of people you want involved, which is fine. I would not have 15 members. That creates problems, and as we said earlier, the problems generally revolve around how quickly you want the process to go. Because if you know, you're a council, you've got to post everything. And it's very difficult to get volunteers to all have coordinated schedules. And that can delay processes, if you know what I mean.
Do you recommend a size?
7, maybe 9. We had Lexington with 13. The good news for them is they had a real aggressive chair. And, you know, mapped out a schedule, everything, and everybody put it in your calendar now because we're meeting with blah, 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 blah. But it was still tough. We had people miss meetings because they just couldn't arrange their schedules. So,
Well,
yeah,
we also
5 to
have-
7 is a good number.
We have a 12-week kind of timeframe
Yep.
on your, which I believe we think maybe is a little aggressive. So wouldn't that council maybe a little bit smaller?
Yeah, we, that's the problem. It's not dealing with the number of people.
I do
It's-
a scheduling with 25
It's scheduling with
I
that.
get it.
That's the problem.
I get
And that, you know how that delays, you got the 48-hour notice, people can't pay it, blah, blah, you gotta advertise and post it and all that. So, and it's not insurmountable, but it could delay the process, is to your question.
Councilor Carney?
I'm looking at your package, and you have a sample community document on Lexington, right?
Yeah.
Who put that together?
We do.
We do.
Oh, you do. So
Yeah.
basically, part of your process is to put that document together
Yes.
for the purpose of advertising?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a marketing tool, to be honest, and as I said earlier, when I first came in here, you're an easy sell. You've got a lot of positives that anybody in the industry, Steve's been in it for a while, is gonna be intrigued by it. Enough said.
And typically, if you're looking at that document, the first page is the job ad. And we would work with your HR folks, your personnel director, or Steve's office, to draft a job ad, obviously to your approval. But one of the key things in the job ad is, you know, the compensation, the range of compensation, benefits, that sort of thing. But then, talking to you folks, we will have an idea. Usually the next page is the profile of the candidate. What are you looking for? And that'll usually be in there. And then from our discussions with you and department managers, we'll know what the issues are, and we'll write some information about the issues in town, so the candidates know you got a new high school, or you may have other issues going on in town that are important. Could have, you know, any number of things, but we want to capture particularly the finances, where you're at with finances, where you're at with you know, economic development, those kinds of things, because you'll find candidates that'll say, you know, I'm really good in economic development, and we want to attract folks like that have a background, some really good specific things to offer you folks. We would think all of our candidates, all of the candidates that you're going to see, are going to be good in finance. Today, that's a given. And we'd want to, so those are the sorts of things we want to capture and write up in the community profile.
One of the most difficult things that I think we're facing in Wakefield is success that Steve has. We have a pretty impressive staff.
Yeah.
And they're very intelligent people. I'm impressed with their presentations and what they bring to the table. That takes a special leader to come in.
You got it, yeah.
And I want to know how you address that, the fact that you're not coming into a town where you say, hey, you know, I can spend the next 10 years, improve a few things, and I'm doing a good job. You're coming into a town it's got AAA bond rating.
Yeah.
Okay, is in great shape. We get a classy, diverse staff that get along. How do you address that?
Well, I'm gonna copy what you just said and tell the candidates that that's why this is the place to be. Not unique. Most of the well-managed communities we know have good staff. People want to work for a place that's well-managed. You guys are. And to your question, I can guarantee you that as you get closer and closer, your department managers, once they hear the names, they're gonna do their homework too and find out who this person is, and they'll call the manager over, the community over. As Buzz suggested, and we talked earlier, Lexington told us the same thing. They have great, and they do, they have very strong staff. Bedford had very strong, Westford had very strong staff, because those are desirable places to work. You'll see turnover in towns that aren't so desirable, and there's a reason for that. And part of that, and a big part of that, and you reference it, is the leadership style of the individual coming in. How's that person gonna be? You don't need, and we say this to some communities like yours who are stable, you don't need a change agent. There are people who are good at that, but that's not for Wakefield. We know some towns that could use a change agent, but that's not what you need. And if somebody comes in thinking they're gonna change things, that person is not gonna be successful. Nor, I think, through the interview process, you guys would select that person.
Yeah, and John, you know, your question would be a perfect essay question. You're replacing a well-respected 17-year town administrator with a staff that's, you know, the best in the area. How would you step into a position like that? And you'll find out that there may be some people that'll, you know, give you a home run right off the bat with an appropriate answer. There's others that'll, you know, give you a single and you'll say, I'm not so sure we want that person because they missed, you know, they missed exactly what we're looking for. So it's those sorts of things, as we learned from talking to you folks, that'll help shape our essay questions and our questions of them.
Thank you.
Councilor Jones?
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for taking the time to come out here today. A couple of questions. I want to start just by asking about candidate sourcing. Can you tell us a little bit about how you work to source a diverse pool of candidates, both in terms of background and experience? Obviously, given that, you know, we live in a time where town administrators don't grow on trees, but also how you source a pool of candidates that reflects the racial and gender diversity that I think we would want to see from a candidate pool.
Well, you start with the job ad, and you make it clear in the job ad that you're looking for a diverse group of candidates. So we would, you know, we would look to how you in your HR department structures that paragraph, usually at the bottom, about you know, all members of the community are welcome to apply, that sort of thing. So we would have that in the, you know, in the job ad, number one. But number two, in the we would advertise in the ICMA, the International City Town Manager Association newsletter. That gets wide distribution around the country, and that goes to in the ICMA. It'll go to the various minority representative groups within the ICMA, and then obviously the MMA and the Beacon, and phone calls. We'll contact folks that we know who would represent the kinds of candidates, the ideal profile that you're looking for. We did Bloomfield, Connecticut. Bloomfield, Connecticut is a minority community. They made it very clear to us that they wanted minorities in the pool. And so I went on the internet and I looked to see who was available from other searches in communities that had the same profile as Bloomfield, and we recruited a fellow out of Florida for them. So we do the digging and we do the searching, and almost any way that we can to attract candidates. But Massachusetts, in Massachusetts, we're fortunate. We have a growing, diverse group of administrators, assistants, managers, assistant managers. Certainly more now than ever before. So I think that that quality can be searched out.
I think the other thing, to your point, here's something we won't do, and we will do it for Wakefield if we're successful with this. We will not recruit people that we placed. We don't think that's fair to our clients. Now, if they call us, that's different, and we do have that. We have people who call us. We won't call them because, as I said, if you hire us, you won't see us coming back at the person you appoint. We just don't do that. That's it's not right. You're the client, and just to expand upon, and we've all been, and we know John and Bernie very well. We're all faced with the same issue, and it is not easy. What we have done over the past few years, if we've asked people to open up their minds, and you're not going to find a lot of cookie cutter town managers who have the MPA and blah, 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 blah. You will find some, obviously, but open up your eyes to other opportunities. There are some very bright people who have considered public service, and we have placed some. We call them non-traditional. I'll give you an example, and I don't know how you feel about that, but when we look for candidates, we look for their leadership skills. We look for candidates who are bright. We look for candidates who know budgets. And one of the communities we did, and it was a surprise to them, because I can tell you when we brought this individual forward, the board members sat there and said, really? He was a deputy police chief in Cranston, Rhode Island. He was going, and it's all public, he went to Somerset, Mass, down on the South Shore. When we brought this individual forward, there was a lot of skepticism by the board. What does a police chief know about running a town, blah, 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 blah. And they asked them those questions. And I recommend trying to look at it on YouTube. He was asked the question, how do you expect to run our town, 180 employees to FTEs and blah, 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 and, bargaining and all that kind of stuff, and procurement and all that kind of stuff. He says, well, I currently manage 220 employees, both civilian and union. I negotiate the collective bargaining agreements with the police associations, both command and patrolmen. I'm in charge of procurement for the Cranston Police Department. Next question. And he's very engaging, and what struck us, and I think struck them, he's a real leader. Mm-hmm. People are going to look at this individual and say, he can look, Buzz and I came up through the ranks. I'm not a rocket scientist. I'm good at what I do, and I developed over the years. People with other skill sets can be successful town administrators and town managers. That's up to you to make the decision. But if we present somebody with those type of qualifications, we would ask that you not be dismissive of that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks.
May I follow up?
Sure.
Because on our opening letter, mm-hmm. Sir, if you refer to our opening letter, Georgetown, Mass, the town administrator replaced minority. North Andover replaced Melissa Rodriguez in North Andover. In Northborough, we placed a woman candidate in Northborough. And in Westborough, Lisa, is that?
In Westborough?
Yeah,
Westford.
Westford.
Both of them were female leaders.
So and then that's not counting Berlin. Female was placed there several years ago.
Norfolk was a Hispanic individual.
Norfolk.
So, to your point,
and
there were people out there.
So we've had some success. We have had success in recruiting females and minorities in the last few years.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Just another quick question. Apologies for the sort of negative phrase on this, but can you tell us briefly about a search that you've done that was not successful? And I would love to hear your take as to any lessons learned from that process.
You
as
want to
think about
start,
a
or you
search
want me to
like
start? I'll start. We don't have many at all. We have had some, and one of them, and they're not far down the street. Northborough. Northborough is a very nice town, smaller than you, but a very nice town. Has a lot going on because of their proximity to 495 and all that kind of stuff. And they had a manager there for quite some time. And he ultimately left, and they wanted some of the stuff we're hearing here tonight. We want somebody who's a leader, who can engage with the community, blah, 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 blah. We found somebody who applied that we knew of from a southern part of the state that we knew of that we thought was pretty good. Anyway, subsequent to the board, the screening committee, they had a screening committee, and they had the ultimate appointing authority, the select board, that unanimous votes from the screening committee to move the individual forward, from the select board to offer a contract. Negotiations all broke down. The chair, and you're free to call him, I think he's still chair.
Yep.
I don't know if he is. Called us and says, now what? Because you probably read our stuff. We have a guarantee. Somebody leaves within a year, that we'll do the thing all over again for nothing. And that's our guarantee to you, to the appointing authority. Now, there are some qualifications to that. If within a month you decide, we're firing this person, we don't, that's a little different. But we'll do it again. In Northborough, Mitch, the chair, Mitch Cohen, he called us and said, what can we do? He says, we'll do it again. We'll do it again. We'll find you somebody. You had our commitment to find you somebody. It didn't work out. Nobody's fault. Nobody's blaming people. We'll do it again. We didn't have to do that because it was a contract failure, as your counsel would know. That's not our fault. If the appointing authority and the candidate can't agree on what those salary and benefits are, that's not our fault. But we did it, and we did it for them. That's the only one I can recall that was problematic for us. Mm-hmm. The only one I can recall, and we've had a lot.
Thank you.
Councilor Vincent?
Thank you, Chair McLean. Thank you very much for your presentation. There's at least a half a dozen military people in this room because the veterans budget is after you, so your extensive analysis about your background check is something we've all gone through as military personnel, so I was pleased to see how extensive your background checks are. The one question I have, we're a little unique in Wakefield. I don't know if there's any other municipality, but we may be the only one that has 7 town council members.
You are a little bit unique.
do you find any unique challenges when you search for a town administrator who's going to be reporting to 7 different folks, whereas most other municipalities only have 5 or 3 people on the select board or on the town council?
We have talked about that, but first, can I make a comment?
Yes.
To the point earlier about looking around for people who are skilled. We did Portsmouth, Rhode Island. We had a captain out of NATO to be the town manager there. He's still there. They loved him. They love him. Very bright. I mean, he blew us away when he started talking to us. Yeah, I'm responsible for $5 billion in procurement. I'm like, but that's the type of individual that we can find. But to your question, you want to go first? Or you want me to?
I don't think that it would be an issue with a leader. I think an experienced town administrator looking for this position or experienced town manager looking for this position would not be challenged by a board that's either 5 or 7, because they know how to deal with people. And you're gonna have. I'm not sure that's going to be that big of an issue for a good candidate. you know, they're gonna be skilled at dealing with groups, at dealing with elected officials and appointed officials. I'm not sure I'd worry about that too much.
All right, thank
The
you.
only comment I'll make on that is I agree with Buzz. Look, there is a skill set to communication. And part of the problem, where we find appointing authorities and their manager or administrator go afoul, is the process that's set up for communicating. And by that I mean, as you all know, you can't act individually and all that kind of stuff, and a majority has to have a posted meeting, all that kind of stuff. Where TAs and TMs go afoul is and by the way, it also applies to the appointing authority. You need to have a good process for communication. And if you don't, then you can see the divisiveness that's going to start to kind of enter into the equation. I agree with Buzz. I'm not worried about that here. Maybe Steve will tell us something different after, but I'm not worried about that here. I don't think it's something that's problematic for a good manager and leader.
That's good to hear. Thank you. I don't have anything further, Chairman Klein.
Councilor Butler.
And you mentioned the essays a few times, and so I'm just trying to get my hands around that. Now, do you do that and if you could take through the winnowing of the candidates, so you get 25 applications. Now, are you going to make all 25 do the essay, or it's just when you get down to the screening committee, the people you're going to put before the screening committee, they have to do an essay, or is it just when you get down to the final 3?
We'll take your numbers. So if we get 25 or 30 applicants,
Yeah.
Buzz and I will take a look at it. You know, the individual who's working at Walmart tonight, probably not going to make the next cut. So we'll whittle that down. Typically, in a community like this size, 10, 12 might get essays.
I think we're probably talking, I'd say, 14 to 16.
So like
that's
60% or
yeah,
so,
yeah.
like that, and that seems reasonable. So like those are the people who have a reasonable shot at getting
Correct.
the position. So it's not, it's not somebody who's one of 30 and they're like, oh, well, then I could see why they'd be like, 'cause
Yeah, so
if I
let's
wanna-
use your numbers again. So 17, we send out
Yeah.
essays. Typically, 2 or 3 won't respond. Either give us a reason or don't give us a reason. As I said earlier in our presentation, that's fine by us.
Right, so that's the attrition rate, like
Yeah,
80,
that's the-
like 20%
Yeah,
just drop.
Yeah. So we take those, let's say we have 12 left, we take those to the screening committee and say, these are people who responded to us, who we think are qualified. We're not making we're not the final arbitrator here. You guys need to decide who you want to interview.
And then, so you talked about doing one-on-ones with the department managers. Typically, do you see sort of department heads or like other senior members of the staff on the screening committee, or do you see that normally as either mainly a group of town individuals?
We've seen it both ways. Some communities, you don't want a majority of employees on the
Okay.
screening committee.
Yeah.
You just don't want that. You don't want your employees picking your boss. That doesn't mean you can't have any on it. Typically, some communities put a library director, a police chief, whatever. But in general, committees like yours also assign a screening committee made up of citizens. You solicit people who wants to serve on this. What we found with people who want to participate in like a screening committee for the next town administrator here, it's a finite program for them. I need you for 3 months. And a lot of people, you see it all, towns are made up of volunteers. Volunteers are willing to commit to something that has a beginning and an end. I don't want to be on a committee for 2.5 years, but I'll do this. And surprisingly enough, we've had towns that have had residents in town, HR directors at big corporations. Not a bad candidate to be on the screening committee, those type of people. Business people, average residents in your community who say, I want to do this. I want to be a part of this. And then I'm done. I've done my duty. So it's a mix. It really depends on you and what you think. Some communities have put on screening committees elected people, planning board member, a finance committee member,
School committee person.
school committee,
That's-
those type of things.
I think I'm good.
You all set, Council?
Yep.
Any other questions from the council? Seeing none. Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thanks
guys.
for coming in.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, as a final comment, I'll just say thank you. We appreciate it. Like I said, we didn't go for our walk. Maybe we will now. It stopped raining. But we really appreciate it. And what we want to emphasize with you is you will not be disappointed with MRI. This is the only community we are currently active in terms of soliciting. And the reason I bring that up is because, and we were guilty of it. We found it happened, which is why, as we talked earlier, we don't apply to everything. We just withdrew from Dartmouth. We found ourselves comparing and contrasting when we're doing 3, 4, 5 searches at the same time, because invariably, if they're comparable communities, you're going to get the same candidates. And what we did not want to do is put extra weight on somebody we thought would be good for Wakefield versus XY community. That's not fair to us, that's not fair to you. So my parting comment is that this is it. We want Wakefield, and you will not be disappointed.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you for your time. Enjoyed speaking with you folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, one final comment?
Sure.
Because I noticed in your, this is an all-in, the price quote is an all-in, that's advertising, that's everything.
Got it.
Yeah, that's what I
Good.
thought. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and good luck tonight.
Thanks.
That's it for you folks.
Sorry. Sorry about the delay. Steve, take care. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Midnight tonight.
Okay, item 6, fiscal year 2026 budgets. Looks like the first budget up is number 24, Veterans Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good evening.
Town council members. First budget tonight is the veteran service budget. We are requesting a decrease in this budget of $29,022 over the current fiscal year. There's a small increase in personal services, $933, which is a contractual increase for the part-time admin for this department. Under contracted services, there's an increase of $45 under the professional services line item, and this is to cover the salary increases as part of the municipal agreement between Melrose, Wakefield, and Saugus. Materials and supplies are level funded. The recipient line item is being reduced $30,000 due to a decrease in usage in this line item. This has been trending for the past several years. Main expenses within this budget under contractual services is the professional services line item, $58,598. This is the cost to be a member in the district, where we share the director, and we also have a dedicated VSO for the town of Wakefield, which is Dave. The recipient line item, $80,000, which is for veterans benefits. Again, numbers are down across the board on this item. The town does receive up to 75% reimbursement from the state for these recipient payments. The total budget request for fiscal '26, $169,952.
And did you have anything to add, Mr. Mangan?
Yes, my name is
before?
David Mangan, as you all know. I've done this now for 6 years running, and I've recently become a National Legal Veteran Service Officer for the country, as well as a state representative for Veteran Services. It is an 18-hour-a-week position, and as I've mentioned in the past, the growth has been almost exponential. and I have here, these are the 50 things I did this week. But actually, no, it's more than that. In here, I actually printed out from January 18th to March 24th of this year, an idea actually of what goes on every day. I log it in. And what I do in here is I'll take a veteran who comes into the office or is scheduled to come into the office. I'll break it down to the type of services they need, the client. If it's Chapter 115, or if it's spousal benefits, if it's death benefits, dependent indemnity compensations, or if it's in fact a client just give me a voicemail or a call about the food program we have. That being said, I looked in, did some research on the veterans' compensations for our town versus the other two towns of the district, Melrose and Saugus. And the veteran compensations in Wakefield, for the fiscal year county of 2024, we had 322 veterans at a cost of monies that came into the town of $566,000 and 148. We have veteran pensions of 6, where Melrose has 3, Saugus has 2. Our amount for the year of veteran pensions was almost $10,000, $9,137. The DIC compensations, again, dependent indemnity compensations, that has been increasing a lot because of not only the Agent Orange demises that have happened to a lot of veterans. I've had 19, I believe, last year that have succumbed to either age or medical complications from the exposure of chemicals or in-service injuries or wounds. We had $47,958 that was given out to the community of Wakefield. Melrose had 25, we had 27. Saugus had 36, with an amount of $64,000. The death pensions, we had 7 this year. $7,689 went out to the death benefits. That is the transportation costs, the funeral costs that they were compensated for, or the grave stone markers in that case. All awards of 362 this year passed for a total of $630,932 for Wakefield. Melrose had 511,328, Saugus 751,000. The point I'm trying to make here is that in 18 hours a week, it is difficult. It's getting even more difficult on a regular basis because of the fact that we have been making more aware in the community, not only with the podcast we've started here at WCAT, the events that were taking place with the Veterans Advisory Board has been fantastic. Memorial Day celebrations, Veterans Day, Wreaths Across America, the coffee socials, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot going on. And to have 18 hours a week for this, it limits me to maybe 1 or 2 top veterans coming to my office for at least 3 visits to get it done properly. In the middle of taking on 20 to 30, maybe 40 voicemails a week in those 3 6-hour sessions I'm there, I'm putting up with perhaps, I don't know, maybe 50, 60, or 70 emails, and sometimes more. And it's gotten to a point where I'm getting calls from other towns and other communities. Now, sure, about a year ago when the district director left Melrose and went on to Marblehead, and Gail came on board, she had her hands full. She also needed to get a veteran service officer into the position, as well as they lost an administrator over there as well. And that was a complicated situation. Unfortunately, Gail hasn't been able to come over to Wakefield to help provide that once-a-week position that we need to keep this at an 18-hour-a-week position where I could put together a work plan for that district director who'll come on site, of her choice, of course, or that person's choice, to assist in getting some of the overflow of business, to validate the 18 hours a week. It's growing rapidly, and I am looking at perhaps if I am fortunate to stay at this for another 5 years, that's great. But in 5 years, and at the amount of population increasing in the town, the CMR 108, Chapter 6, I believe it is, says 12. Thank you. That's doubled it up there. Yeah. There's a CMR that requires any town that has more than 12,000 in the population, they're required almost to have. They are virtually required to have a full-time veteran position. Okay, there's a few districts in the state. we are growing rapidly, as you know. We're going to be getting more population in. More and more veterans are coming into the community with the conflicts throughout the world, the Afghanistan veteran team folks, the Iraq veterans still coming in, Syria, Africa, and around the world. Now, granted, the Chapter 115s have been going down, but that is also the result of the work we're doing as veteran service officers by exposing these people who are coming in indigencies and realizing they have actually available to them veterans benefits, okay? And they didn't know they had them before. And now they're taking home $3,000, $4,000 a month because they have monies coming in, depending, of course, on the compensation rate that they're entitled to, between 10% to 100%. And that money takes them off the Chapter 115. I've been fortunate enough in the last year or so getting, I think it was 4 people off 115, not really wanting to get them off the 115, but to find a better way of life for them financially. Now, recently, there was a veteran we had that succumbed to Agent Orange. He was agoraphobic, couldn't leave the house. So I went to him, and he wouldn't go to the VA, but he did die from Agent Orange. And his wife was put on the DIC. He never put a real claim in. I mean, he did it with the paper with me. I submitted it, but he wouldn't show up for the appointments because he was agoraphobic and wouldn't leave the home. And finally, the VA did give his wife the dependent indemnity compensation of $1,700 a month, plus a nice retroactive check of $20,000, $21,000. And that being said, she's also entitled to the Massachusetts state annuity of $2,500 a year. That's tax-free, that they get in August. And that is good money for the families. Now, sure, there are some situations where it's challenging to a point where a veteran may have a problem where he leaves the spouse and the kids and doesn't provide child support, and that becomes an issue. And my position, I have to get what's called an apportionment of that veteran's monthly figures. If he's 100%, she'll get 10 to 20% of that money for the child support. But when they abandon them sometimes and they get incarcerated, then that veteran, that spouse of the veteran is capable of getting up to 20 to 30% of that funding, where the veteran will get none. It's all based on the formula. But that being said, we are spearheading now towards a position where the growth is almost exponential. I mean, it's not doubling, tripling, but I can see in the 5 years that I may have left doing this, and maybe longer if God wills it, that the position will have to be replaced by someone who will be a full-time active veteran service officer in this community. And I would spearhead that by giving that person the training. As many years as I've been doing this, I could give 2 weeks for each year I've been here to train that person. So that being said, I'd like to have Gail, this is Gail, the district director, Gail Angelo, and she has been very busy over there, and she has tried to get over to me, made a couple of calls, but she's been absent in that respect. So there you go.
All right. I will pull this in front of me. Good evening, Wakefield. I grew up in Wakefield, and I noticed some of the names of families that I either grew up with. Mr. Mullen, is your sister named Janet?
I'm not related to anybody.
Oh. There was a Mullen. Mr. Mayo's father was my guidance counselor in high school. Mr. Carney, I think you knew my father, John Angelo.
Of course.
Yeah, well, I'm his daughter. And let's see. Mr. Butler. I grew up on Butler Ave.
Ah, yes. I'm with Mr. Mullen here. I'm a butler from New York.
All right, a little comic relief. Well, let me tell you about myself a little bit. I'm actually Dr. Angelo. My PhD is in chemical physics from Columbia University. What I did with the U.S. Air Force was, and don't laugh, I'm a rocket scientist. I worked on the shuttle, and I also worked on missiles. The fuels are very similar. The only difference, this is the rocket, this is the missile. It's just a different trajectory. I came into this position from a part-time position. My former boss, Roe, was looking for someone to replace her part-time VSO. He left, his wife had health issues, so he left suddenly. So she was trying to do the job alone. Then I came along and I did it for part-time, and then she left to go to Marblehead simply because it's more convenient for her. She lives in Winthrop, and it was just up the road from her, so it was an easier commute. I did my VA stuff, the VS stuff, and the administration stuff all by myself for 1 month, and I'm still trying to catch up. That's why I haven't been able to visit. I'm still trying to train my new VSO on how to do veteran services. They are distinct. A lot of people think that veteran services and VA are the same. They are not. We actually use different software. They're different kinds of problems. Basically, the VA is mostly health issues. The VS is mostly indigent veterans that need a little boost, financial boost.
That's chapter 115.
Chapter 115.
Two separate stovepipes, so to speak.
Yep. So now that I've got everybody pretty much in play, including the admin who I had to train because I had to show her how to use Munis, which I think some people know if you're in a department chairperson or whatever in the city. I think Wakefield uses Munis as well. Now I probably will be able to travel at least once, maybe twice a month until things settle down. I'm still trying to catch up with the situation in Melrose. I know that's not Wakefield's concern, but I have to keep up with my Melrose job as well as do what I'm supposed to do for Wakefield and for Saugus. Right now, for the 3 towns, I do the payroll. I order the flags. I do the food bank with the Greater Boston Food Bank because we run the food drive. And I also oversee the software licenses. So those are the things I do from my office. And we do have people from Wakefield and from Saugus come to the district office because I've told Paul, who's sitting behind me over here, and David, if you are out or if you seem overwhelmed, just send the people to my office because we can do the VA stuff from there. I can't do the Chapter 115 stuff because it's tied to the city or it's tied to the town. And it comes from their budget, it doesn't come from a federal budget. So at this point, I am going to try to do 2 things. Visit the satellite offices in Wakefield and Saugus, oversee the budget in Melrose. I'm trying to get David, who's been doing this, and he just told you, 6 years. He was my VSO when I lived in Wakefield. So I know he's done this for a while, because I've been out of Wakefield for a while now. So I want to make sure that he gets compensated properly. He's being paid the same, almost the same, as someone who's only got a year or 2 years experience.
Actually, the same as 1 month.
Yeah.
Someone gets hired for 1 month, they make what I'm making now after 6 years.
That's not right. And I'm going to try to convince my Melrose people to adjust and put people on a salary or a wage grid like every other place does. This is my first time working for an ORG. I've always worked for a COM, a regular private company. There, we put people on salary grids. You have your experience and the years that you've done it. Melrose avoids that, and they just place everybody in the same box. It's not right. So I'm going to work on that. That's the first thing. And the second thing, like I said, I'm going to try to work out a schedule with Paul and David so I can visit there and cover when they are not available, at least to do some of the VA claims. So that's my goal, and I hope I can convince Melrose to put people on proper wages.
Steve, I want to jump in. So I met with Dave, and we've been monitoring this, and this has been an issue about coverage in Wakefield, for the last couple of years, really. I met with the mayor of Melrose, and she has committed to me that we will see the district director in Wakefield, and I'm glad to have you here. It's wonderful to have you here, and
Yep.
So that needs to happen, and Dave mentioned it. We need to make sure we leave substantive work when you come, too. It shouldn't be you're going to scan something or make copies or something like that.
Right.
We have an admin to do that, so This is the most cost-effective way to do it. Dave's done a really good job. He is a Melrose employee, so they might have some issue with their pay schedules over there. Frankly, that's not our problem, not my problem, to tell you the truth. Sorry,
It's
but
my
that's the
problem.
way it is.
I agree with you.
I really don't care if you go to Saugus either, sorry.
Yeah, no.
I just want to make sure you come to Wakefield. And we've done really well. And between the help that we have at the senior center from Mary Ann, who's
Oh, she's
fabulous,
fabulous.
who's
She's
fabulous.
fabulous. Absolutely.
Karen, who can help, Karen Burke, who was our VSO. My suggestion is, and I gave this to the council, that we, and Dave agrees, we look at this as one more year, and we reevaluate, and I think this council put on your mind to reevaluate this come December of this year to see how it's working out. But it does work out, it is cost effective, and I think that's what we need to do to go forward for this year.
Councilor Carney.
Yeah, I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up the fact that, I think 2.5 years ago, I got a letter from the VA and said, you should come in and talk to us. And I said, well, I called up Bedford, and I talked to the woman in Bedford, and I said, look, I got a letter saying, I should be getting benefits, but every time I come, you tell me I'm not eligible, that I make too much. And she said, well, do you still make too much? I said, yeah. He says, well, then you can't get benefits. I said, well, why just send me the letter? So then she said to me, she said, well, maybe you ought to talk to your veterans agent, the BSO. And I went down and introduced myself to Dave, and he'll testify to the fact that I was an angry man. An angry veteran. You know what I'm saying? I keep on getting bounced around. I see everybody else getting benefits. I got no benefits. And Dave walked me through the process. And I'm now a 20% disabled veteran as of finishing my first year, Dave. I'm having my physical this month, my second physical.
There you go.
And I appreciate it, but I think it's important for people to know that he's been out there and he's been helping veterans, and that's important.
Thank you, Jim.
Veterans more important than the disabled veterans and people who really serve some tough times. That's more important to me. But as a chump Army grunt, you did well by me, and I appreciate it.
Hey, John, I thank you very much for those accolades. Also, there has been a lot of areas that I've one program trying to develop for veteran service officers nationally. I've just worked out with a general minor, not general minor, down the Cape West. Okay. I had a situation where I was listening to veterans come to my office with post-traumatic stress issues and wanting to file for that, a 0781 document. And I would listen to them, open them up the best I could, but only by letting them hear my story, make them comfortable with the door closed. And there was one veteran back when Karen had left and they hadn't fulfilled that position. I was taking Melrose clients, some Saugus when Jay had left, and I had a few from Stoneham when the lady that was there running it. So I had my hands full. And I didn't mind it because I was able to scale it off from where I was working at Boston College, how to recognize your priorities. And I still answer the phones and everything else, but this one veteran, one day I went home, dropped the keys on the floor, and I went kind of crazy yelling. My wife, who's a registered nurse, said, "Why are you so angry? You just dropped your keys." And I said to her, damn it. She goes, "Were you talking about the war again?" I said, "Yeah, I was." That's transference. That was transferring from your clients onto you. And so that's what happened. So I've developed a program now that I got another 2 months of this with my therapist to introduce this program on a Massachusetts basis, post-traumatic stress transference, and for all the VSOs in the state. And the general said to me, well, they're just going to have you call the crisis line, okay? Because the suicide line is very important. It's guaranteed. It's Karen's working on a program right now for that. But for veterans, service officers, they need to have someone they can call that will not starting from ground zero each time they call the crisis line, but to have someone assigned to that veteran service officer who's going to be able to give them, knowing they have that number to call. First of all, they're going to feel better about that. But if they call that VSO because it's building up in them, hey, I just need to talk to you, Eric, okay, Dave, what's up? And I can open up to that veteran. This is what I heard today. And I was listening to this, listening to that, and I had to calm this guy down or take him into finding him the right treatment if he needed at Bedford to get his help that he needed. Because a lot of times it goes on to the family. and the kids and everything else. So it has to be, I'm not a therapist, I don't claim to ever be that, but at 75 years old, I've seen a lot, done a lot, had a lot of adversities, and I've found that by being able to help these veterans, but basically for Wakefield, is probably one of the best gifts I've been given. And I didn't go looking for this job, it found me. Imagine that. And I've had some great claims in Wakefield recently. A woman at the senior center, she's 82 years old, and she come up to me and said about 6 months ago, she says, "Oh, you're the veteran service officer. My husband was a veteran. He was in Vietnam, did 2 tours." So I sat down with her, and she told me about him. And, oh, he was in for 7 years, but he passed away. He wasn't in long enough to get the pension for me. So I asked if she'd mind showing me the death certificate since he was in Vietnam. And 3 of the complications that he succumbed to were presumptives of Agent Orange. He had 2 Bronze Stars and I believe a Purple Heart. And what ended up happening was she got the DIC, she got the deduction in her real estate, and now she's very happy with what she's getting that DIC every month. And her sister in California is dying of pancreatic cancer, and she said to me, "I couldn't go see her and say goodbye to her. Now I can." And she's taking her brother with her, Tom. But it made me feel like it's a $1 million feeling, folks. And that's what I can tell you right there. That's it. Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Ed?
Thank you for this presentation. And I'll start saying this as the liaison to the Veterans Advisory Board as well as a town councilor. And I do not support this idea of just continuing to have a VSO for a part-time role of 18 hours a week. I have sat through breakfasts and heard the depth and breadth of what veterans are facing and also the opportunities they have. And Dave has done a phenomenal job, and I can speak firsthand as recently as I think 2 weeks ago at the most recent breakfast, where he's going through chapter and verse of all the opportunities that are available to our veterans. And it's a lot of opportunities, and they're opportunities that no one can keep track of, much less realize what they're eligible for. I think, Councilor Carney, you make an excellent point about your own personal experience on that. We have a community of over 27,000 people,
Yep.
and we have 18 hours dedicated to our veterans. And to hear that, it's not our problem what Melrose is doing with salaries, I think it is our problem, because that's our VSO. And so if we are going to, if budgets, are reflective of priorities, then what is this budgeting saying with respect to how we prioritize our veterans within our community? I think it shows that we're doing them a disservice. It is remarkable to me that we are looking at allocating $30,000, with all due respect to district director, of course, allocating $30,000 to Melrose and then let them manage it how they will. I don't know if you've seen Melrose's financials, but I don't want us to have our tax dollars managed by however Melrose would do it. But more importantly, you're mentioning, Director, about the kind of turnover you have. We don't know if your VSO is going to leave. We don't know if the secretary is going to leave. It sounds like last year you spent is training folks. Mm-hmm. And that's been at the sacrifice to Wakefield as a result. Right. No fault of your own, by any means. I understand you need to do that. But that's a very tenuous situation. This is employment at will. And in 2 weeks' time, you could have 2 departures amongst these 3 communities that could completely change the composition here. I mean, we're talking about, and we've had this discussion too many times at this point. Why are we continuing to say we're just going to take $30,000 and park it in Melrose and not really get our money's worth? Candidly, our veterans need more than 18 hours of dedicated service. Our veterans deserve more than 18 hours of dedicated service. And this notion that in a population that's more than twice the size of what's recommended for a full-time VSO, we don't have one, I think is really disgraceful. And I've raised this before. Understand the Chapter 115. I've always fought against the recipient line item in this, as everyone knows. I understand, Mr. Mangan, that you believe that it's more appropriate to right-size it to 80,000. So I'm relying upon your recommendation, not the idea of just kind of cutting for the sake of cutting. But when we look at this, I think we need to really think long and hard about this. I support making this a full-time role. I don't want to wait another year. I heard that last year and the year before that. Oh, let's see how it goes for 1 more year. Well, roll back the tape from a year ago, and you'll see, oh, let's just do this for 1 more year and see what happens. Well, we've seen what happens. And I understand, Director, what you're saying, and I respect that. Things happen. And I'm sure like no one expected the amount of transition and turnover that happened, but it doesn't mean it's not going to happen again, or or maybe can't happen again. And so what does that mean? Our veterans have to sacrifice because of that, and that's not fair. That's not appropriate, and that's not the honorable thing to do.
And
So
on that point, when I first took the job, the first year, Mary Ann's fabulous administrator. God bless her. She does wonders with the job.
certainly.
And after the first year, she said, "Oh, this is your anniversary now." Yeah, 1 year. I think I like this job. I said, "I'm going to see if I can be here the longest." She said, "You already have been."
We've had tremendous turnover before you.
Transfer.
I
In
understand that.
most towns, the part-time positions, they do not last.
But we were just talking about this when we were talking about a new town administrator and how having retention and good employees and strong department heads and the like, it's because people want to feel like this is a community that they're supported by. And we just heard these two consulting firms both talk about that as being something that's a priority here. And meanwhile, I feel like we're giving what we're doing to our veterans. I think is wholly inappropriate and very disrespectful. And I would like to see this budget shift to create this VSO as a full-time position, to disentangle from Melrose and whatever they may or may not be doing from a salary equity standpoint. And I don't want to hear, oh, let's just give it another year and see where we're at. We've done that too many times already, and it's not fair to our veterans. Like,
May I make a comment here? This is my personal feeling, all right? Personal. I do not speak for Melrose, I speak for Gale. I would like to see each community have a full-time BSO officer. We need it. My office is overwhelmed. If I didn't have a VSO doing just the VA claims, because we get about 3 new people every day, I just do the VS stuff, the Veteran Services stuff. I have 25 that I have to do every month. I'm totally busy with that. He's totally busy with the other. We need a full-time in every community. There's no excuse for communities the size of Melrose, Wakefield, or Saugus to have a part-timer. That's my personal opinion. Now, the Melrose mayor will disagree with me. That's not up to me. That's up to Mr. Mayo or whoever succeeds him to either sign the district agreement or dissolve it.
Well, it's actually up to this council of 7 to decide. And what I'm saying is I feel very strongly that this finally become a full-time position. Mm-hmm. Enough of this part-time and wait and see what happens, and then let our veterans continue to sacrifice in the meantime.
Right. Because some people put money over service.
But the thing is, we have a budget of well over $100 million. Mm-hmm. And we already have $30,000 going to Melrose. Mm-hmm. So all we're saying is reallocating that. I thought the whole point of this was, so for all of the dollars, all this dollar spent, I get these memos and everything else about making sure we're efficient with our dollars and making sure we're doing all these things properly. Well, here's an idea. Let's use the $30,000 and deploy those dollars within our own community with something that's already worked for us. And let's see that play itself out, because I'm confident that, Mr. Mangan, by giving you more time to be able to do the great work you're already doing, that's going to benefit our veterans and the veterans, our veteran spouses or surviving spouses of veterans, which is a big piece to this. I mean, the Gold Star wives, they are strongly represented here within our community, amongst others. But I don't understand why we continue to go through this same exercise every year. So that's, Mr. Chairman, so that's where my position. So when the budget comes up for a vote, I'll be proposing that we make the VSO a full-time and we pull out of the intermunicipal.
I hear you. Let me just, before I get you, Councilor Vincent, let me ask Steve, are we at any point in time able to withdraw from the Melrose contract, should we so choose?
We are, yes.
Okay.
Not right away.
There's a period of time.
There's a notice period.
Yeah, notice period. Councilor Vincent.
Thank you, Chair McLean. Given the lateness of the hour, I'm not going to expand too much on what Councilor Dombrowski said, but I absolutely positively agree with him. We have spent, in the 3 years that I've been on the council, $90,000 we've given to Melrose, and I haven't seen much. And Gail, I really appreciate your efforts to straighten things out over there, but I'm looking at over the last 3 years, we have not gotten the services that we've paid for. Dave has done an incredible job of providing services to our veterans, who constitute almost 5% of our population. And as somebody who has a 50% disability rating, and was a military judge, I can tell you that when I tried to do the paperwork myself before I got off active duty in 2013, I thought I was smart and I thought I knew what I was doing. And then I went to the equivalent of a veteran service officer in Maryland, who completely redid that thing for me. And if I had submitted that myself, it would have been a mess. I didn't have a rocket scientist helping me, but I certainly had somebody who was knowledgeable in the process to help me get the rating that I deserved. We, the town council, have a duty to provide those services to the veterans and the widows and the dependents of our veterans in Wakefield. So 100% agree with Councilor Dombrowski. Thank you.
Councilor Chines.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation and for coming out. And Gail, particularly thank you for coming from Melrose. I appreciate and hear sort of the intent and the importance of understanding how you can spread yourself across 3 communities. I do agree that I'm frustrated at the level of support that we've gotten in the intermunicipal agreement, and I do think, I mean, we were here last year and we're having the same conversation, and so I do think that it is time to rethink the way that we approach it. The one piece that I would want to think about, and I would ask Mr. Mayo if we do move forward with that decision, to have you come back and give some recommendation on that, is if we take the $30,000 that is paid to Melrose and redeploy that, is that to making an existing position full-time, or is it bringing in another part-timer? And the reason I say this is because one of the benefits that we have right now with the intermunicipal agreement is that if we do lose someone, there are other people that can fill in. Whereas if we have one person on staff and we're going it alone and we lose that person, we don't have a backfill in the near term. And so it's just something to think about. If we do make a decision to go in a different direction, how do we do that in such a way where we can assure that we have some capacity? You know, if the inevitable turnover happens everywhere, it'll happen here at times. I hope it doesn't, Dave. I hope we have you for a long time, but you know, you could win the lottery tomorrow and decide to move to greener pastures.
Let me tell you something about that question you're asking right there. It's like this. The MVSO Association will not allow 2 part-timers in the town.
Okay.
They just won't allow it. So you can't sign off on it. As far as an interim position.
Can I ask about that? What's the rationale? No, do you know what the rationale is for?
I do not know the detailed rationale for it, but I know that they do not allow it.
Okay.
I've already, I suggested that to them. I was hoping that we could do it through the board here, you know? But they said, no, it will not be allowed. That was Evan, the guy who was no longer there, but he was the chairperson there. But what I had suggested in the past, and the communities that surround us, is that, and we do it now, if Paul needs to go away for a week or 2, his voicemail is, please call the district director or call Mr. Mangan in Wakefield. And which time I can let them know that we have not forgotten about them and we're not putting them in the back burner, but unless it's a priority, it has to be done that moment. That's a different case.
But I guess the concern that I have, though, in that scenario is you're able to do that because you 3 are part of a district, right? You know, so Paul, you work for the same district, you know, as the VSO in Saugus, as Dave does as the VSO in Wakefield. I guess the question is, if we do go it alone and we don't have the ability to have 2 bodies, is there like almost like a mutual aid for VSOs or something that we can assure some coverage? And again, maybe there's a different way of thinking about it or a different contractual arrangement, Mr. Mayo, that we can kind of think through. But that's something I would just want to make sure, and I don't think we need to answer that question tonight, but I just want to make sure that we have some backfill in case we do have a vacancy or an absence that we need to address.
That's where my admin, where Mary Ann comes in. I mean, she's been there for a long time. She's been through all 4 VSOs. And she knows to take the calls. If it's a priority one where there's a death and they need to get maybe it's a private death, they're not going to use a funeral home, they want to get a military at the funeral, at the gravesite, she would know how to do that. I would make sure she found out. I would contact them. I'm a phone call away all the time. We all have cell phones. But the point is, Mary Ann does support my position wholeheartedly and is very knowledgeable in a lot of areas.
Oh, Mary Ann is wonderful, absolutely.
She is.
But again, what I'm trying to anticipate is, you know, if you know, had to leave the position for some reason or had, you know, God forbid, a medical emergency, those are the types of scenarios that, again, if we do make the decision to go it alone, And again, I don't think that's a solve for this evening, but it's just something that I think we have to be mindful of so that, we have the ability to maintain.
Can I make a
service.
comment here?
He's only 75.
I am a driver.
Yeah, I know, we're about the same age.
Come on, I go to the gym 3 days a week. I don't smoke. I drink once in a while.
If Dave has gone away for whatever reason, if it's a VA claim, that person can go to any VSO in any town, any state, and get served. That's the law. If it's a Chapter 115, it has to be in Wakefield.
It's in the town.
Counselor Butler.
All right, so I'll be the difficult one.
Please.
So, and I've been on the finance committee, and speaking to Ed's point about like going to a full-time, we did have a full-time VSO, didn't we, any number of years ago? And we were, when we were going it alone, we had a real struggle with both turnover and both not having either adequate coverage or concerns around that. So that's I think one of the reasons why we went with this municipal compact.
I think actually when we were going it alone, it was always part-time.
Oh, even it was part-time still. Okay, but it was, like, it was forever ago, and like trying to remember that. I think our frustration, and this is like Dr. Angelo, I'm feeling like, I hate to put it out there, but this past year it's clear like you've sort of failed us, even though you've done well for the whole group. It's that we've really been missing the 1 day a week or the 1/3 that we're paying for as a town. So like, I don't think one of my issues is like, now she has apparently solved this, so you now have a full VSO. So you are presumably, I'd hate for us to exit a compact right, after you've had this problem, and now you have the problem potentially solved. The other thing, if you're going to come to us talking about exponential growth, then gosh, show us that. Because what we see in the budget side of things is we see that the budget, our spending on the 115s has gone dramatically down. We see that the number of veterans in town is probably continues to shrink because the number of veterans in town who will need services continues to shrink because, frankly, the number of veterans as a percentage of the population is shrinking. I think that for us to exit this compact now, sort of as a knee-jerk response to the bad past year of service, is, by the way, if we continue down this road and you have 3 VSOs and yourself, and we're still, by the way, we're not doing any disservice to the veterans. The veterans are all being served. Everybody is getting their services. There is no veteran has suffered at the hands of this part-time position. Now, Mr. Mangan has probably done heroic yeoman's work, but I don't think any veteran has fallen short on their benefits because of the part-time position. So, again, I'm not opposed to making it full-time. I just think for us to do it now with really nothing in front of us in terms of a proposal for that, nothing in front of us now. You can't show me stuff now.
I'm not going to show it to you right now, but I want to bring up one thing.
Yeah.
I do a lot of volunteer work too. 214 hours of comp time I logged in that I send to her payroll department on a corner part, how much extra time I had to put in that week. Okay? Yeah. I do it because it needs to be done. If I didn't do that, there'd be veterans stranded. There'd be veterans complaining, calling you all the time. What's going on with the VSO? Why isn't this happening? What's going on? Why is my father or my husband having these problems? Okay? That's what I'm trying to emphasize here is we need to do that. If I stop doing the extra time and I don't get paid for, which I don't do this, I get paid weekly at this job, very weekly.
Okay. No, and that's the other question is you said 12,000 now. Saugus clearly has a part-time person. Melrose has a part-time person, I know. So I'm just saying how many towns that are more than 12,000 don't have full-time people? And is it from the information we get at the managerial level, it seems like the work, and I know you're saying I've done 200 hours of comp time and it's trying to figure out all that, is how much, we also have to go by what the mayor and what the town administrator tells us, what the town accountant tell us.
Paul,
That's
did you have
where
a
I am.
comment here?
I do have a comment for Counselor Butler and everybody in the room. Paul Cancelleri, I'm also the chair of the Wakefield Veterans Advisory Board, and I am a VSO, certified VSO in Saugus, 18 hours. My workload's a little bit more. I'm about the same size as Melrose in terms of workload, okay? To kind of put it in perspective. Wakefield is a lot smaller than what I have. I want everybody here to give some consideration to this following point. This district lies between two congressional districts, which impacts the congressional count for VA benefits from each of our towns. Wakefield's part of the 5th district. Wakefield's part of the 6th district. Melrose is part of the 5th congressional district. Their priority is to the congressional district for VA claims. They get counted at those congressional districts. If I need help, I'm not going to my director. I'm going to my congressional liaison office. That's one point. Our state lines for our House representatives and our state senators do not meet in the middle for this district. Our state representatives are different in each one of our towns. We share one House representative here in Wakefield, and that's Representative Don Wong with Saugus. We share another representative, that's Representative Kate Lipper-Garabedian with Melrose.
Yeah.
They don't meet in the middle. If you do the Venn diagram of your elected officials, there's no common ground in the center for some help at the state level, and there's no common ground at the center for help at the federal level. Please give consideration, serious consideration, for the assistance from our elected representatives for our veterans and their families, in addition to the $30,000 here that you give to Melrose, okay, to get support from the city of Melrose from a full-time position. Bring that money back to the town and bring it to a full-time job. Allow that VSO to make the connections at both the state level and also at the federal level.
Is Saugus going to as well? And is Melrose going to be able to pay
Saugus
their
and
own?
Wakefield and Melrose, I'm in a different county.
No. I'm just saying you have a higher you have a busier, more deep. You have a busier job.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And 115s, and the others as well.
I have 43 Chapter 115s
I'm
right
not arguing
now.
that. So if Saugus isn't going to a full-time position, and you're busier presumably, then why would we?
Saugus hasn't addressed the issue.
Oh, okay, that's what I would.
At
That's
the
what I
Board of
was about.
Selectmen.
Okay.
And Saugus has a different town council, or they have a different charter than Wakefield does. They have aldermen, they have a Board of Selectmen, they have a town manager, not a town administrator. It's a little bit different.
Okay. And
They
is
have- they
Melrose
also-
planning to go to?
Saugus does not
full-time?
have a Veterans Advisory Board, and they're allowed to have it. Saugus does have a Veterans Council that is an independent nonprofit organization for the community. So there's some differences.
You asked about Melrose.
Yeah.
I can give you an indication. I don't speak for the mayor, but the mayor has indicated she wants to stay with the district. Obviously, it's to her advantage, financially.
Mr. Cancellieri, could I ask you a question to expand for us? Because we did have the state reps in here. We know we are carved down the middle, and we mentioned that to them a couple of times. But I'm trying to get the relevance of what you were saying. What is the relevance to this situation of our having a split district?
The relevance is rather simple when it comes to a VA claim at the federal level. There are some cases that a veteran or a family member or a widow may get stuck in the system. And it does help with the veteran liaison at the congressional level to put the stationery on top to say, I'm aware of it, and we can work that claim to get it unstuck together. And we do that. That's part of our job.
Seth Moulton's office did it twice for me, and Miss Seth Moulton did twice for our office when I was handling some Wakefield claims, and once from a Melrose claim for a boxer who was heavily damaged. And that was Catherine Clark that handled that case for me. And he got 100%.
You guys are getting responses from the congressional.
But sometimes it's like pulling teeth. But once you get in there, they open up to it. So you say veteran, and they go, "What can I do for them?" You know.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Dombrowski.
I just want to point out that veterans make up about 4% of our population, and that's not including surviving spouses of veterans. And so that number is actually not insignificant. It's actually higher than other communities within Middlesex County. And when you look at this budget as a percentage of our overall budget, and when you look at the number of people we're talking about here as a percentage of our overall population, like this is not 4% of our town's budget. This is what we're talking about, but it is, but it is 4% of our population, and we're talking about reallocating dollars from another community to our own. So I don't see like what the issue is here. So with that, realizing the hour, unless Mr. Chair, there's anyone else, I would.
Anybody else need to be heard?
So I would move that we approve budget number 24 with the change that the town of Wakefield would withdraw from the intermunicipal agreement with Melrose and Saugus, and instead allocate those dollars to the creation of a full-time VSO position within the town of Wakefield.
Second.
Okay, motion seconded twice. And by the way, relative to that FT, is there an hours that you want to put in there, or are you talking about a dollar allocation that would somehow back into the hours?
Well, I'd ask Mr. Mayo, what is our normal FTE? Is it, are we at 35 or 37 and a half? 37 and a half hours.
Okay.
We'll work that out.
It's sort of rounding within the dollars of the budget.
Right.
Okay. Councilor Chance.
Thank you. I would just ask, again, I support the motion, but would just ask that we spend some time, again, just making sure that we have a solid plan for both vacation coverage, which I'm less worried about because I think that we have a solid system in place, but I just want to make sure that we have a plan for how do we address a vacancy, knowing that you can't fill a vacancy within, a week or two. While Marianne does an amazing job, that's not something that she'd be able to cover, potentially for a couple of months while we refill a position.
I want to go back to what was, I think, stated, Jonathan, the fact that if it's a not a town claim, it's a regular claim, you can go to any.
No, I understand that, but I just think we should make sure that we document a process. So, if it's going to be for like the VA claims, we're going to send them to these surrounding resources. If it's a 115, we can handle that internally by doing X, Y, and Z. I think there's a way to solve for it. I just want to make sure that we have that documented before we're in a situation where we're scrambling to figure it out.
Mr. Chines, I can assist you on that, okay, at any time. I know that for like John at Mr. County said, the claims, the VS claims and being able to go to anywhere, the VA in Bedford has an eligibility and they do get people in there. However, they don't do it as good of a job.
No, I know that you can appreciate it, and I really appreciate that, but again, my anxiety is if you are not available for some reason, what do we do? So I'm approaching this from what happens in
as you should.
Point in time where, for whatever reason, we don't have you, and I hope that doesn't come to pass. But that's, I think, what we need to plan for as a board.
Okay, thank you.
So I can understand this, Ed. So what you're saying is move the 60,478 from contractual to personnel.
That's correct. Yes.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah.
You get that, Kevin?
Right, because it becomes full-time.
Right.
Because of FTE, so you'd move the full amount.
Okay.
Yeah, right, technically, yes.
Is that the 58,597?
The 60,478 that was
60,478.
Oh, was recommended.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. You're right. It's
58,598.
58,598, because other contractual is not salary.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
right. 58, right, and change.
Okay.
Okay, motion seconded, and
Now I'm
now Councilor Butler.
So what's the amount for I'm confused. Are we paying Melrose 58 grand?
Yes.
Okay, the
So we
30,
pay them
we're paying
for-
30%, which is 58
Yeah, so
grand.
we pay them for the 30% of the director plus what they pay Mr. Mangan.
Right.
So if we move forward with this, we would then need to employ Mr. Mangan directly, which we don't currently do.
Which we don't currently do.
Correct.
And, like, we're very excited. We love Mr. Mangan. Does Mr. Mangan want to work 36 hours, 37 and a half hours a week?
I'm already doing it.
I know, it's the question. It's like,
Oh, I do, I will do it, and as I said before, this is when, you said, if he wins the lottery, is he gonna leave? I won the lottery with this job. I have a stack of thank you cards in my office, I have a treasure chest, okay? The biggest claim I ever got was $246,000 to a Wakefield resident who moved here from Winchton, whose husband died from Agent Orange in 2007. They never closed the case out. Because they didn't close the case out, she was entitled to the retroactive money for all those years. And I've gotten several claims in over and above 50,000 on retro. So there's no magic to this. It's time compliance. It takes 2 years to learn this process. The exam that Paul and I and Gail just took recently to be National Veteran Service officers was, I would say, it was 4.5 hour test for me anyhow. I don't know how you guys did it, but it was sure it was open book, but it was the book was this thick. It was tools for the job. So you need a screwdriver for a certain. Anyhow, the point I'm trying to make is, I've got it down now. I don't plan on leaving anytime soon. God gives me the grace to go as long as I can. I will. I dedicate myself to the town of Wakefield. I love this town.
To Councilor Chines.
I think you have a motion on the table, Mr. Chairman.
Motion seconded.
Well, the question, I have the
Are you-
question
did
on
you-
that. And
did
then
you
the
have
other
more
question, the
questions?
other question on this motion I have is, what other compacts are we in with Melrose? Because by the way,
You're gonna hear it at the health department next.
you're setting a fire here, folks. I mean, are you burning the bridge? Is the question. And is this the bridge you want to die? Is my wife often asks me, I'm sure you got it, is this the hill you want to die on? And maybe for some of my fellow counselors it is.
If it's taking care of veterans, I'll die on this hill.
But, right, taking care of, they're already taken care of. You're taking care of one
I
veteran.
think the difference is we don't have any problems with the health arrangement.
Are there arrangements that they would have with us that they would say like, oh, we're not getting our?
No.
Okay. And then are you putting Miss Angelo out of a job? That's not our problem as well, I get.
That's right. It's not your problem, it's mine.
In fact, I appreciate your frankness.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? That's 6-1, Sherry. Thank you for your presentation
Thank
on the
you.
budget this
Thank you.
evening.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Seat's nice and warm.
Yeah, really.
Budget number 26, which we're hoping will be a little bit quicker, but we're not rushing anybody. We're not rushing anybody. Health and Human Services Department. Okay, we'll start with the town accountant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next budget is the Health and Human Services budget. We are requesting a decrease to this budget of $18,249 over the current fiscal year. This decrease breaks down under personal services. The decrease is $16,141. This does include contractual and negotiated increases. There are several new employees that have started at different pay levels on the scale. And we also have a C9 clerical position that we left vacant, and we created a new C7 clerical position, which we did fund.
By the way, is that being advertised now, or is that just a future placeholder for the 7?
Anthony, is that?
That'll be the new.
That hasn't
admin.
been- that has not been- It hasn't been advertised.
Hasn't been
Hasn't,
advertised.
but that'll be the position in here.
Okay.
Same as last year, we are using $100,000 from the opioid settlement fund to help offset these salaries. Under contractual services, the decrease is $6,108. There was a decrease in the professional services line item, which is the intermunicipal agreement between Melrose, Wakefield, and Saugus?
Stoneham.
I'm sorry, Stoneham. We increased the health inspector's line item. The salaries increased $3,892, and there was a $10,000 decrease because we are no longer using the services of Interface. We are now using a free state-offered program. The social services line item has increased $4,000. This provides stipends for the youth action leaders and 2 adult leaders, and also funds various programs that were previously paid for through grants, a couple of them being alcohol prevention and the anti-bullying. The total budget request for fiscal 26 is $491,896. I do want to point out that this department does bring in between $40,000 and $50,000 a year in revenue.
Thank you. Other presenters this evening?
Thank you. Good evening, members of the Town Council. My name is Anthony. I'm the Health Director for Melrose, Wakefield, and Stoneham. We have been a regional health department now for 2 years, 3 years counting Melrose and Wakefield. Stoneham joined us in 2023, so we have been a 3-town district for just over 2 years now. I have been in this position now for just over 3.5 years. It's been an honor to serve the town of Wakefield. It is a great community. People come together to help each other. And our goal in public health is to provide education, provide opportunities to get vaccinated, and to provide other resources as well. The town council has been very supportive over the years of bringing additional services to its residents. We are very grateful that we have the opportunity to expand our reach previously from an inspectional services standpoint, public health nursing, to now include more substance use prevention efforts and social services as well. I want to acknowledge we have Candace Linehan, one of our Board of Health members, for coming here tonight. We also have a few folks left on our Zoom. I wanted to have the opportunity to introduce some of our new staff members and kind of provide a little bit of a refresher to the council for their positions and what they bring to the table. I believe we may have Liz Parsons on tonight. Liz Parsons is our new Prevention Outreach and Youth Services Manager. She started in July of 2024. She was able to help us carry a lot of our drug-free communities grant efforts forward after our 10-year grant ended. She has continued a lot of that important work, and I want to give Liz a chance to talk a little bit about that.
Sure, thank you, Anthony. And thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. As you can tell, I'm a little under the weather. I hope you can all hear me. It's a pleasure to see you all and meet those of you I haven't met yet. My name is Liz Parsons. I started as the Prevention Outreach and Youth Services Manager last July, and my primary experience is in youth substance use prevention with a particular expertise in alcohol regulations to prevent underage drinking and alcohol harms. I've worked in a variety of settings and municipalities, and I'm very happy to be serving my own community now. In the last several months, I've met one-on-one and in group meetings with several of our key stakeholders, including other town departments and community partners. As you know, in my role, I work with the Wake Up Coalition, whose mission is to promote a healthy community environment and prevent youth substance use among our residents and youth, as well as serve as the adult advisor to the Youth Council, whose mission is to serve as youth leaders empowered to share policy ideas and youth comment in the community. In our monthly Wake Up Coalition meetings, I've witnessed great dedication for addressing substance use and mental health risks and in our youth council meetings, I see our great future and promise at work. I've also been witness to some incredible collaborations across town departments and community groups, events like our annual Recovery and Remembrance event, to our annual Parent University, where we collaborate with the school and other community partners to convene a half-day conference for parents and caregivers, and then to partnering with the Senior Center on youth and senior intergenerational programming. We've also received a handful of mini grants in 2024 to support the work, including a youth tobacco use and vaping prevention grant, where we've partnered with Maureen Busby, our regional tobacco control program coordinator, and other mini grants that focus on initiatives for youth who are most at risk for mental health and substance use issues. We've worked with on other initiatives to include a program for youth who are found in violation of substance use policies. And as well, we participate in several networking groups to collaborate with area agencies and colleagues. Most recently, we've applied for a federal grant from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration to support youth substance use prevention and mental health promotion initiatives. And then we'll once again partner with the city of Melrose and the town of Stoneham to reapply for a continued Stop Violence grant to support bullying prevention. In my short time, I've also had the opportunity to hire and work with Madhu Mohanraj, our new prevention and wellness coordinator. So I'd love it if it's okay for Madhu to introduce themselves.
Hello, everyone. My name is Madhu Mohanraj, and like Liz said, I'm the prevention and wellness coordinator, and I work part-time. I have previously worked for a county public health department in Iowa as a health educator for youth and in substance use prevention. In my role, I oversee the Youth Action Team, who are a group of 10 Wakefield youth who lead after-school groups at the high school and Galvin Middle School to promote healthy behaviors and increase belongings, and help reduce unhealthy behaviors like youth alcohol, nicotine, and drug use. Additionally, I oversee the mini grants that Liz mentioned previously, and in a couple of weeks, I will be taking 8 of our high school youth to the State House to educate their legislators about vaping and what they're seeing in the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madhu. I also wanted this opportunity to introduce Maureen Busby. A lot of you may know Maureen Busby. She has played a crucial role in ensuring compliance with state and local tobacco regulations. She's actually in year 7 of a 10-year grant. This grant covers a large region. It's Melrose, Wakefield, and Stoneham, including Malden, Medford, Winchester as well. Sherry, is Maureen still on?
Yeah, she's here.
Okay.
Maureen, just got a camera on. There you go.
Whoops, there's an error.
Oh, we can hear you.
You can hear me. I don't know what the error is with the video. Sorry about that. Hello, and thank you for this opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm in the 7th year of a 10-year grant. My work is funded by MTCP, which is a division of DPH, which receives money annually from CDC. Sorry about all the acronyms. I think you probably know what they are. As part of the 1998 Master Settlement Agreement. You may remember several states sued Big Tobacco for advertising aimed at youth and for misleading the public about the dangers of smoking. And that money continues to fund this work. My responsibilities include annual inspections at all tobacco permitted stores, as well as youth compliance checks to ensure that retailers are not selling nicotine products to underage youth. In addition to enforcement, I work with health directors and boards of health in the 7 communities in my collaborative to inform them about new tobacco products, as well as new strategies to reduce the risk of youth nicotine addiction, which can be lifelong, affects health, creates a financial burden, and lost career opportunities, and of course, can lead to other substance use. In addition to my work in my own region, I'm a field trainer for new tobacco program managers in the entire eastern part of the state. As time allows, I also meet with individuals and groups to spread awareness about nicotine use, trends, and risks. For example, I recently presented to the Northeast Chapter of Public Health Nurses Association as well as the Massachusetts Comprehensive Cancer Coalition and the Berkshire Public Health Alliance. Later this week, I'll be at the Northeast Metro Technical School for Substance Use Prevention Awareness Night for parents and students. I also want to say how proud I am of Wakefield. Wakefield was the second Board of Health in the world to adopt nicotine-free generation, which is a policy that will save thousands of lives, perhaps millions, as this important public health policy continues to spread. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I also want to take the opportunity to, she couldn't stay on the meeting tonight, but we have a new social services coordinator we're very excited to announce. Her name is Sandra Segenza Hachi. She started on the second week of February, and she has jumped right in. She has been able to help residents access programs like SNAP benefits, LIHEAP for heating and electric costs, and make referrals to mental health providers. Her background, she is a licensed social worker. She has worked with all age groups. She brings to us a lot of experience. We were also lucky to have Jason Stone fill this position last year. He was able to help 182 families last year. These range from our families with our students in town to our seniors who are looking for access to services. We have a great partnership with our Council on Aging here, and in this partnership, we're able to cover a large group. One of the examples that we wanted to highlight in this work is that Sandra has been able to work with a family who was recently affected by the legislation in Massachusetts, which mandates individuals leave shelters within 90 days. She was resourceful, and she was able to reach out to Governor Healy's office to advocate for this family, who has been in the system for 2 years and now faces the same 90-day deadline. They were able to refer out to the EOHLC, and they were able to reach out to this family this week, and they were able to coordinate services for this family. Her commitment to this role is special, and I believe that by continuing this investment in social services, we'll be able to help more families moving forward. And the other two main branches of our department are the core branches of inspectional services and public health nursing. Our inspectional services team is led by Dan Thompson and Aaron Carleo. They play a vital role in making sure that our town has safe food serving as well as safe housing. And so in 2024, our inspectors were able to conduct 190 routine food inspections and additionally 45 follow-up re-inspections for restaurants and food serving establishments. We also were able to service 132 food establishment permits, 10 food establishment plan reviews with new restaurants coming in at a rate that we have not seen in a few years, and that is a good thing for growth in this town. We've seen an increase in dumpster permits and swimming pool permits as well. And so all of this being said, I'm very proud of our inspectional services team. We constantly work to increase our capacity, make sure that we're keeping up on our professional services, and we make sure that our education is keeping up with the best standards at this time. And the reason I bring that up is because we are also lucky to be part of a public health excellence grant. We have had this public health excellence grant for 5 fiscal years. It is held in Melrose as the fiscal agent, but it covers 6 towns. It's our 3 Melrose, Wakefield, and Stoneham, Malden, Medford, and Winchester. We have benefited greatly from this grant. They're able to provide funds for continuing education, which is absolutely essential for keeping our workforce up to the standards for the Department of Public Health in our state. We're also able to hire regional staff through this grant. And these regional staff are able to increase our capacity, especially when there are times when people are out for various reasons, and we're able to maintain a level of service that is going to benefit the town of Wakefield. Our current public health excellence grant supports 3 staff, a regional inspector, a regional public health nurse, and a regional epidemiologist. These 3 staff members are able to cover a wide range of services. And in the event where we have an outbreak, either foodborne illness outbreak or communicable disease outbreak, we now have the capacity to support contact tracing and other essential services with our public health nurses and our epidemiologists through this grant. We have benefited greatly, and we do plan to reapply when this grant comes to an end in fiscal year 27. And last but not least, I want to highlight the great work our public health nursing team is doing. So our public health nursing team covers 5 essential areas. We cover health promotion, opioid overdose prevention, summer camp and recreational safety, flu vaccination, and communicable disease monitoring. And so in the past, we have worked to maintain minimum standards for our camps and for our families during the summers. But because of the increased capacity that the town council has supported in the past, and now that we have a part-time public health nurse, as well as a regional public health nurse that supports that work, we have been able to go and enforce all of our camp regulations that the state requires of us. We're able to provide more training ahead of time to prevent any miscommunication during the camp season. We most recently had our public health nurses put on a clinic for our camp directors and our camp managers. We were able to bring all of our camps in all 3 of our towns together and provide a uniform training. And so this increases our safety across all of our camps. Families in Wakefield don't only utilize camps in Wakefield. Very often they will use the services in Melrose and Stoneham. And so our partnership is crucial to maintaining safety and standards across all 3 towns. So the other piece that's really important is the communicable disease monitoring, which is a core tenet of what they do. Our nurses are able to investigate and track diseases such as TB, hepatitis, foodborne illness, Lyme disease, pertussis, influenza, and COVID-19. But because we also function in this regional model, we are able to have redundancy, and we're able to cover for each other when there are people out. And so we do not lose that level of service, and we make sure that we're able to reach out to residents who are at higher risk of serious symptoms if we have this team that works together and helps to track cases. And so all this being said, our regional model has especially benefited our inspectional services and our public health nursing model. And this continued partnership has yielded great results. At least from my end, closing, I would say that the work of the Wakefield Health Department has spanned a broad range of public health priorities. We're always looking to do more, and we couldn't do it without the support of the town council. I also want to give Candace a chance to speak to the boards of health impact.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, councilors. Again, I could probably echo everything Anthony and Liz and Maureen said, but I'll keep it brief. I wanted to share maybe a detail that I wasn't sure if you mentioned, that our social services coordinator is bilingual, which I think is incredibly important given the changing demographics here in our community. And I think that's able to meet a lot of needs of our residents here, which perhaps we weren't able in the past without interpreter assistance. Personally, I've had some great opportunities as a Board of Health member since 2019 to work with many of our colleagues. I presented with Liz to the parents of Wakefield High School teenagers, teenage athletes, on the risk of substance abuse. I've participated in vaccination clinics with our nurses that have been very well organized and very well received by our community. I've heard from a lot of our community members how much they enjoy being able to get their vaccines here in Wakefield and from us as opposed to one of the retail pharmacies. And I think it's important that we take a moment to think about how much our participation in partnership with Stoneham and Melrose can matter, because we are able to share best practices, and it's clear that public health doesn't stop at town borders. So as we keep our town healthy and we partner with our neighbors, we can keep this community healthier as well. So I'm proud of the work we do, and I'm honored to be elected to this board.
Thank you. Thank you for attending. Before I turn it over to councilors, Steve, I just wanted to mention highlight one item, because I have had questions from the public as to how we're spending our opioid funds, right? The funds that we've received in the opioid settlement. And I believe here we have $100,000 being earmarked there. I guess the Boston Globe did an article on some communities not spending the money, but we are spending the money. And I think we were at 54% in the Globe article, but could you just give us...
every year we're offsetting the salaries of all the people that work in
Right.
in substance abuse fields. So every
Right.
year we've done that consistently.
Yeah. and
Some communities have sat on the money,
Right.
and we never did that.
I wanted to highlight, we have not.
Yeah, we have not.
We're
no.
applying it, we're using it, and we're using it well. And do you know exactly, not exactly, but do you know where we are? We still have funding left for
Oh, yeah,
future
we're gonna
years?
have that for the foreseeable future.
Good. Good.
And so far, that does not include Purdue. Purdue
Right.
hasn't settled yet. It keeps
Right.
going through the courts. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think every 60 minutes runs it again, and people have a lot of questions again about
Right.
it. So, yeah.
I just wanted to point that out because I have had questions, and I think we are applying the money
Right.
wisely.
And that is a big, that's the lion's share.
Yeah.
Will be the Purdue settlement, whenever that comes.
Okay, more to follow.
More to follow.
That's
yeah.
good. Counselors, Counselor Butler.
Oh, it actually was along that same line. It's like, how much is the annual opioid settlement money?
So
you're
it's right
taking-
around 100,000.
Oh, you're taking it
Yeah,
all and
yeah.
applying it here.
Yes.
You're not. I wasn't sure if you know.
No.
No. The
Counselor
fire
Chang.
chief is talking about his number of
Yeah.
calls increasing. So.
Counselor Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, first of all, for staying this late and participating in the meeting. And poor Liz, we need to get you off camera and to bed, it sounds like. But I just want to highlight, I mean, as much as in the last budget discussion we talked about, I think, a regional relationship that has been a struggle. I mean, this has been one that I think is a huge success. I mean, I think about the fact, when you talk about inspectional services, the fact that we've been able to develop some specialization by having people that work in multiple communities, I think has been really important. Where, previously we had one person doing inspections, and A, they couldn't get to as many as we needed, but also B, you didn't have that subspecialization, which I think really matters here. Similarly, the fact that we're able to leverage nursing resources, we're able to leverage Maureen Busby across multiple communities, I think all of that has been a big value add. I'm glad that mention was made of the opioid funding because we are using it, and I think we are using it appropriately. But one of the questions, when and if the Purdue settlement comes through, one of the things I think we do need to ask ourselves is, what else can we be doing around substance use, right? Because I don't think that, taking those dollars whenever they materialize and just spreading them as salary offset is necessarily the right thing to do, because I don't necessarily think that we're spending that much on substance use prevention now. That we could sort of safely allocate, a Purdue settlement from that. But unfortunately, that's not a problem to solve today because we don't have the money yet. I hope we do see that soon, and we're able to think, creatively and thoughtfully about how we can use those funds to make sure that we're expanding our public health reach. But I think this is a very solid budget, and I think this is a department and a board that does some excellent work. So thank you for everything that you do.
Counselor Butt.
Sorry, can I just ask some clarifying questions and echo what Counselor Chan said? Thank you all for being here so late. Can you, I am sorry that I don't get to meet the new social worker. Is it a coordinator or a manager position?
It's a social services coordinator position.
Okay, so, we fought really hard for that as a director manager level. So in the budget, it says that it's a manager, and then on the website, it says it's a coordinator. We fought really hard for having a manager. Jason's work was really, a manager level, the number that he used to see. So I want some understanding why it's been downgraded. I'm not quite sure why it was without us being informed about that. Because it's, the amount of people, residents that he helped, I'm just not understanding why. But the budget says manager, but the website and what you both said coordinator, which is a different level. So I just want some understanding on that through Steve.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I didn't see it on the website, so I don't know.
Yeah, so I just want to hold off till leave because I fought really hard for that to be kind of a manager like a manager level, not a coordinator level. And the other thing is can we talk a little bit more about the vacancies? Because I've had a couple of people concerned that they've called the health department and nobody answers the phone. And so I want to know how long that position's been vacant and what's the plan. You said it's not posted yet. So right now when somebody calls, and I've had 2 constituents tell me that they didn't get their calls answered. So what happens right now? Does it just go to voicemail?
So we've been doing our best to cover the phones. Our inspector has tried to play both roles, and I've tried as much as possible to be in the office. The nature of our position, unfortunately, when we have inspections, if it's a call, We usually go out to respond to it, so they may be calling in between. We try to get to the voicemail as much as we can. The position's been vacant since January 10th, and it hasn't been posted since.
There is a union issue I can talk to offline, but not publicly.
Okay. About replacing it or just?
Just how it's done. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's in the memo you have in the
Yeah.
materials. Right. Yeah, we have no.
No, I understand why the vacancy came up. I guess I'm
Well, the
asking.
vacancy was someone left.
Yeah.
Voluntarily. And so that position was not filled, but another one will be filled that will do the same. We'll handle that function that you're interested in.
So it'll be posted soon?
I'll tell you, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I just, I mean, people are trying to cover the phones and
Right.
cover incoming, on top of, like, as Anthony said, as we've heard, like, he covers 3 towns, so he's not sitting by the phone. And so I'm just it's a little worrisome when somebody's calling.
I will say, I
and-
wish that I had known, because we've received my office has received no indication that anybody's calls weren't answered.
Yeah, 2 different people. So just some, like, let's get it filled, or I don't know if the voicemail says, call somebody else in the interim, something to think about. Yeah.
Are there voicemail messages? Are there messages?
There are.
that
So
you
we
get?
have a voicemail tree. So we generally have, like, it's the inspections office, the prevention office, and the nurse's office. There's also a general line if they don't know which one they're looking for. It usually gets diverted to somebody that's in the office if they can answer. And there's a message that says, we'll get back to you as soon as we can. And we usually ask for some details to get back to people if we can as soon as possible. So.
Counselor, can I ask you a question relative to the other issue you brought up in terms of the naming of the position? Does that also involve a monetary element? Is it going to have an impact on whether we vote on this budget or not?
I'm assuming title goes on budget, but I think the pay looks like what we used to pay. I'm just curious about why the change on the website.
It looks like it's actually
so I
a
don't
salary.
know.
Sorry.
Right. So
It looks like it's a
I
salary bump, if anything.
So I just want an explanation. I don't know
Okay.
why there's a different title change. Is there a reason, or?
Yeah, I'd have to look into it. I don't know why the website says what it says.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's this
The
position.
budget seems similar,
Yeah.
and Jonathan, you looked it up. So
Yep, yeah, I mean, again, it's a little bit of an increase over
just
prior
as
year.
long as the scope of work didn't change,
No.
then I'm fine. I just wanted to know why the title changed, and if you can look into that. And we didn't make a lesser position, because like I said, 6 years I fought really hard for that position.
Right,
So,
I was just wondering if we could vote the budget or
Yeah.
not. Yeah. Thank you.
so I would like to hear back and get clarification, and also just hear the plan on getting that vacancy filled so that there's somebody with the duty of answering the phone calls. That would be great.
Counselor Carney.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Jonathan had said, because the problem with the health department started in Wakefield. And, part of the solution was coming up with this compact, and it was many, many years ago. In fact, it was when it last served. And I think the solution has been great. I think that where the individual board of health work together, it's like a team effort. Whenever you've done them, you've done it first class, and I just think I appreciate the work you do.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other?
No, I would say,
questions?
typically I've given them a hard time, but I think like
I've never heard that.
No, I think the good news is it seems like everything is running smoothly. I mean, I think yes, but it's good. We committed a lot of resources to y'all. We've 2/3 in the past few years. So yes, it's great. It's great when we spend money and it works out.
Okay, then. Is it time perhaps to entertain a motion?
So I move that we approve the Health Department Health and Human Services budget number 26, as presented.
Second.
Motion seconded. Any further questions or comments from counselors? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carry that 7-0. Thank you so much for coming in
Thank you.
Thank you.
and waiting
Thanks,
through
Liz.
a long
Thanks,
evening.
Madhu.
Why are people calling? What do you call that from the Department of Health?
When they need to talk about the social worker, the nurse.
Oh.
They just didn't get calls back. And that's why we
Looks
hired
like
a social
budget
worker, right?
29 next,
So
Ed.
somebody lost her
Is that
husband.
what you've got? Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, budget 29 is the Department of Public Works. I've seen some familiar faces.
So he was not.
And the Finance Committee as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll do a quick overview of the budget, turn it over to Mr. Sullivan, liaison to the DPW from the Finance Committee, and then we'll turn it over to Joe.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
The FY '26 DPW operating budget is being increased $255,567 over the current fiscal year. There is an increase in personal services, $189,561, which includes contractual and negotiated increases. Purchase of services increased $39,798. Couple big items here. There was an increase in the building division for electricity and natural gas, $16,748. And under forestry and parks, there was a $10,000 increase for tree removal equipment rental. Materials and supplies increased $26,208. The main driver there was for under fleet maintenance, an increase in motor fuel, $13,608. The total operating budget request is $7,514,546, with $7,406,954 coming from tax levy and $107,592 coming from available funds. Snow and ice budget is level funded at $850,000. The SOAR enterprise budget increased $162,303 to $9,536,482. Major changes within that budget. Personal services increased $175,347. There was some employees shifting from the water budget to the SOAR budget. So there were bigger increases in the SOAR budget, and there'll be a decrease in the water budget. Under intergovernmental, we decreased the MWRA assessment, $84,183. The water enterprise increased $417,002 to $7,893,691. Major changes, there was a decrease in personal services because of the employee shift of $84,186. There was an increase in the intergovernmental line item of $374,480 due to the MWRA assessment. And that was pretty much it.
Very good, thanks. Subcommittee for the Finance Committee that reviews the DPW budget. Just a couple of really brief items. The overall budget, 3.52, we thought was relatively in line. Is a cost of living increase through the unions of 2.5%. There's no active union negotiations going on right now. There were no additions personnel in the budget as presented. We did look at a few line items that had low spending through the period of December, and Joe and team sort of explained those. It was, interestingly enough, like electrical and gas was low on the spend for the year, which we thought was pretty ironic. But Joe explained that it was mostly a timing thing, and that will catch up. Roof repairs were quite low through the period as well, which is good news. And security was down, and Joe and Ann explained those for us. The only other item we did talk about briefly was the retained earnings for the enterprise funds, and they were in good shape and certified at the end of December, although we did use some money in 2024, I think, to offset some of the expenses in the water department, water enterprise, correct? And that was it at the high level. Thank you.
Did you see, I did see one item of equipment rental, and it might be more of a question for Joe, where it seemed to be an underspend. And I was wondering, what exactly are we renting? You know, I think you had asked for a big amount, and the town administrator's amount was more of an annual 290,000, something
And it
of
was
that
snow and
nature.
ice.
No, he's very tough, but I was
It wasn't
curious.
snow and ice. They're nicer than I am.
Yeah, it seemed like equipment rental was one of those items that through 12/31/24. And I was wondering, are those fleet vehicles? Because we're also getting a lot of new fleet vehicles in the capital budget that we're going to hear later.
So is it the snow and ice budget that we're talking about?
Let
Sorry.
me find it.
I believe it is.
So just one of the things to touch on that, so just for the record, Joe Conway, Public Works Director, with me is Ann Wade, our business manager. Mr. Gill and Sullivan, I swear we didn't write our notes together. They took most of my talking points away, so I'll jump right in. One of the things with warrant 26 sometimes that isn't exactly a true reflection of us is sometimes a lag time between billing and expenditures and things like that related to equipment rental. That's one of those lines in and out of the operating budget. You know, sometimes we need it, sometimes we don't. Related to snow and ice, everything that's equipment rental is somebody that's contracted with us to help us out on the road when it's snowing out. So those are the contractors that we bring in and try to secure for the winter to keep the streets clear.
Okay, so that could be, well, it's probably not a billing item because we've gotten through well, it might have been a billing item for January and February then.
Related to snow, yes. So the bulk majority of our snow came basically right after warrant 26 essentially got printed. So if you looked at that today versus that period of time, it would look dramatically different. Fleet's a good example too. So it looks like there's more money in our fleet maintenance budget according to warrant 26 than there is. We had some big expenses for repairs that we weren't exactly happy with the level of service we got from the vendor, so we were holding off on those and weren't going to pay them until we were satisfied. So if you were to see an encumbrance report or something like that, it would give you a more accurate reflection than what 26 does.
Okay, that's all I had on these budgets. Councilors? Councilor Chines?
Thank you. So I think, appreciate all the detail that goes into this budget. I mean, I know this is a big one to put together, and there are a lot of moving pieces. And I'm consistently impressed with how thorough it is every time you review it each year. I did have a couple of questions. One thing that I wanted just to get an understanding on is fuel costs. So I see them going up for, the DPW, tax levy budget lines. I didn't see them increasing at the same rate for the water and sewer enterprise. And I was wondering if you could just speak a little bit about that and why there's a difference in terms of the impact of fuel costs on, motor vehicles that, we're using on the tax levy side versus the enterprise side.
Yep. So one of the things we look at annually, we take longitudinal history. We go back in fuel. Fuel is a 5-year look at what our average consumption is. And then we utilize reports that are issued by the federal government to figure out kind of what the range is and what diesel fuel and gasoline might be for us. And then it's basically applying the law of averages to it. One of the things that drove fuel up a little bit this year is the return of winter. So, on those years where winter isn't, you only get 15 inches of snow or something like that, we're not driving around, we're not consuming. You get a year like this year, we had about 40 inches of snow. We're out plowing more. It seems like every one of the storms that we got were a little longer in duration. We were out on the street longer. Drives the uptick in the use, basically.
Got it. So that impact on your 5-year averages is going to hit more on the DPW side than it will water sewer.
Correct.
Because
the size of the fleet is
water
bigger
and
there.
sewer isn't really as responsive to snow emergencies.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
okay.
everybody is part of that program when it comes down to actually pushing the snow off the street. But if you're just in the salting operation, the water and sewer vehicles wouldn't be on the road.
Got it. Second question I had is I did notice we have a line item for weather reports. And this is a small line item, but is this something that makes sense to maintain? Or I guess what's the rationale behind that in a world where, you get pretty good information
It is
for free on your smartphone?
The one thing that we get on top of that is a direct line into people that are local meteorologists to be able to ask them questions when what we're seeing and what the weather report aren't asymmetric of each other.
Okay.
So if we're experiencing something here that is not shown on any of the weather reports that we're seeing, we can reach right into them and get data from them. The other thing that it allows us to do is go back annually for the year and get certified weather reports for different things. You know, if we had a tree or something impact a building that causes damage, or we're going through the insurance company, we could utilize that service to give us a formal report. Then we become part of whatever that record is to
Got
say
it.
that yes, these people are correct. The wind was blowing at 60 miles an hour and they did suffer damage, and you know, so on.
Got it. And I assume that's sort of a per use service rather, you know, a cost per use service rather than a retainer that we're paying them.
It's essentially a yearly retainer. So you get
Okay.
that, all those services contracted them 365.
Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I just expound on the weather report?
Sure.
So, when we have our.
At 10:26?
I know. When we have well, we're gonna be here for a while. When we have our kibitzing about when we're gonna, you know, do a parking ban, when we're gonna do all that stuff, and we go through that whole thing. Joe and our highway superintendent will say, well, wait a minute, let me check the weather report. And I'm saying, well, mine says this. And they'll say, well, ours is saying a little bit. So it is a little bit more, actually a little bit more accurate than we have. So.
And I'd imagine things like the certifications and verifications go into if we do like a disaster declaration or something where we're seeking
and items
reimbursement.
when we have damages in this claims.
Yep.
Against the town, so we can.
Okay.
You know, use that.
All right, thank you.
Counselor Butler.
Actually, astonishing enough, also, no questions and just a compliment. And I don't know if it's Ms. Waite, I love the formatting. I like, you know, it is so clean and easy to read. No offense, Kevin. But just like, you know, it was nice to get as like, you know, I think the lack of the dots on the background I would prefer.
I will throw it together, but I'll give all the polishing credit to Ann.
Okay.
She is the proofreader extraordinaire in this department.
That's all.
Okay. Any other questions from the council?
And this budget does include what we anticipate for anything contractual next year. So it really is a pretty good budget.
Yep. Entertain a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve budget number 29, Department of Public Works budget as presented.
Second, with a
Motion.
question, is that inclusive of the enterprise budgets, or do we need to take those separately?
I think you could add them all in one motion if.
Including the enterprise budgets as
And snow and ice.
And snow and ice,
Yeah.
yes.
Second to all of that.
Okay, motion seconded. Any further questions, comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? All opposed? That's 7-0. Sherry, thank you all for coming in. Well,
Thank you, Jim.
thanks for coming in and staying then. All right.
Next budget is the retirement budget.
Yep.
We are recommending an increase to this budget of $518,694 over the current fiscal year. The contributory tax levy portion of this budget is being increased $244,013. The water, sewer, and light department portion of the budget is being increased $162,374. And new to this budget, being budgeted this year, the school lunch account is going to be charged $112,307. This budget is based on an updated funding schedule voted by the Wakefield Retirement Board that runs through 2036 and is based on a January 2024 valuation. The current fund is currently funded at 73.9%, using an investment return of 7.4%. The total budget request is $8,808,488, with $7,518 coming from the tax levy, $1,149,142 coming from the light department, $306,739 coming from the water department, $239,782 from the sewer department, and $112,307 coming from the school lunch account.
Any questions from councilors?
Is the
Councilor Butler?
74% like that were funded, is that How has that been trending over the past number of years?
It's going up slowly
Yeah.
but surely.
Councilor Carney.
Do we have some numbers here on the unfunded?
We're about 20%, 26% unfunded. So we're about 175 million.
I like
about
the
175
74%.
million in the retirement fund.
Yeah. Excellent, thank you.
Any other questions from councilors? And it does appear that we have a larger increase in some of the smaller contributors this year, right? We've got 3.61 on the 7 million, but we've got a couple of higher.
Right, that 3.61, that was helped by the inclusion of the school lunch.
Okay.
Which is new.
Yeah.
It's something we've worked very closely with the school department, finance committee and school department in charging back to enterprise funds and/or revolving accounts at the school department that aren't taxpayer dollars, to make sure that those services are, pay for the entire cost. And
Right.
that's been something that, Kevin has worked very closely with Christine and Doug and the finance committee. Did Jim leave? Has been very cognizant of that, and that we've seen that across all of our budgets this year. It is helping with the tax levy.
Good. Good work. Entertain a motion if there are no comments, questions?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve budget number 45, retirement department budget as presented.
Second.
Motion seconded. Any questions, comments? Seeing none. All those in favor? All opposed? Sherry, that's 7-0. Thank you, Kevin, for that budget. And 46 is Human Resources Department.
Human Resource Department, which includes the group insurance budget, we are requesting an increase to this budget. Hello, Amy. Amy Coisiati, our HR Director. We are requesting an increase to this budget of $1,187,640 over the current fiscal year. On average, the town health insurance costs are increasing approximately 12% next year. The tax levy portion of this budget is being increased $776,700. The increase from the enterprise funds in the school lunch account is increased $410,940. Under personal services, the increase is $12,629, which includes contractual and negotiated increases. This budget also funds $500,000 to the town's OPEB fund. This is half of what we've been appropriating last year. Last year we did $1 million. For next fiscal 26 will be $500,000. The current balance in the OPEB fund is just under $36 million. The total budget request for fiscal 26 is $17,104,801, with $14,231,794 coming from the tax levy, $563,666 from the water enterprise, $370,396 coming from the sewer enterprise, $1,831,301 coming from the municipal light department, and $107,644 coming from the school lunch account.
And Director Forziati, did you have any comments this year or anything to say?
Well, I would like to mention that last year you approved an HR coordinator for us, and I would like to say that we were able to secure somebody from another municipality who works with all of our same vendors, so she was able to hit the ground running. Her most immediate impact, I would say, has been in the area of workers' compensation. She's been able to shorten the amount of time that people are out on comp, which by tracking and keeping on with the vendor, she's able to get them back to work earlier, so that cuts down on workers' compensation costs, but more importantly, it cuts down on the overtime costs that are caused by the absences. Some of the numbers that she gave me, when she first came in August, the weekly workers' comp wages that were being paid out to the people out on comp was $4,000, and they are currently at $1,500. So she's closed out quite a few of them. Additionally, in the area of unemployment, we've been able to really tighten up some of the documenting processes, which is very helpful when you need to contest a claim. Town-wide, there hasn't been really any set policy or process, and we've been able to implement that, so that's cut down on the unemployment claims as well. With her assistance, Karen, my payroll and benefits manager, has been able to do more face-to-face meetings with employees and retirees about their benefit choices. And as you've heard in years past, that's where that's our bread and butter, is when we get to meet with people face-to-face. It's how we really gain their trust and get to talk them through their choices so that they can make the best choice for them. It's where we both save a lot of money typically. And additionally, last year in the capital expense, we had a significant item for an HRIS system that we've been currently implementing since January. So with the addition of Bonnie to help us with some of the administrative tasks and the receiving of visitors to the office, we've been freed up to do that implementation, which has been extremely time-consuming. So the intention in that, we've already seen benefits with that also, the intention in that is to try and automate some of the processes. And in automation, we've already uncovered any number of errors, and it is saving us money. With everything being hand done in the past, department to department, now being automated, everybody's doing it the same way, it's being processed the same way, so there aren't those inconsistencies that there have been in the past. That project is expected to last another 3 to 6 months, and it's probably consuming 12 to 18 hours a week. So it's been great to have the extra set of hands to help us get through this.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, Don Ravenel is on. He's the FinCom.
Mr.
Health
Ravenel,
insurance
how are you?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
The subcommittee from FinCom reviewed these budgets with Steve, Kevin, Karen, and Amy. FY26 presents challenges as the overall increases in the GIC premiums, about 14%. So we reviewed that, as well as discussed the impact of the reduction in the OPEB contribution down to $500,000. The overall increase for this budget is higher than other budgets we reviewed. It's 7.46%. So at the subcommittee meeting, we reviewed the overall budget impact, including the effects of the opt-out program, the percent contribution of employees for monthly premiums, which at this time is governed by contract, the number of projections for new employees to be, new plans to be added in 2026, and this could include people who are aging out of the over 26 years old, retirees, backfills, those types of changes. We reviewed the costs, that the costs of the school lunch staff were now being attributed to the school lunch program rather than off of the town budget. And finally, as Amy just described, we reviewed the beneficial impact of the additional HR position. So.
Thank you. Steve?
Okay.
So, was he done? Was Don?
Were you done?
Yes, all set.
All set.
Okay, thanks.
I think we covered it all.
All right.
Not the same thing. GIC, not a great year for anybody. I'll tell you, every manager around here that's in the GIC, was really disgruntled, as was I. I will tell you that there are communities that are on Maya or some other program that we're looking at higher percent rate, 19 in some cases, 19%. So over our history with the GIC, we're probably paying all in as much as we were 10 or 15 years ago when we jumped into this, in the real dollar sense. And we have $26 million in OPEB. So the whole going to the GIC worked really well. What was very disappointing with the GIC this year is that they did not do any plan design changes, which could have saved us on the premium side. The commission chose not to do that, despite the fact that we have been lobbying for this program. A high deductible plan the premium would be lower, and it would be quite attractive to some of our younger people. Particularly young, teachers and DPW workers that people may be unmarried because, hey, it makes some sense for them. So that hasn't, GIC has not adopted those. We'll keep trying as we go. Staff has done a great job in moving people from higher plans to lower cost premium plans that have the same doctors, the same hospitals. So it's really a one-by-one person. When I tell you the staff works one by one to say, well, listen, you're in program X or plan X, and geez, you could be in plan Y, and you could save yourself $150 a month on premium, and look, your doctor's here, same hospital, there's no difference. So that's a great job by the staff. So good, in fact, that over the years they've moved allowed people into the lowest cost that GIC had. Unfortunately, this last year that was one of the plans that went up 14%, but it's still lower than all the other plans. So it's been a great job by the staff on that. We still have the opt-out program. 64 people opted out this year of insurance, saving us $693,000 in premium.
Is that a change in numbers, kind of constant?
It was 60 last year, 61 the year before, 21 and 22, 68. Depends on the mix, and it kind of goes up and down, but qualifying events happen, right? Your spouse gets off or things like that.
We also increased the opt-out effective July 1, so this upcoming open enrollment, which begins in April, will be our first open enrollment where we have the new opt-out, which is a little bit higher. So
hopefully we'll get more people.
We've done a communications plan with the communications director to try and get the employees.
And you have to be on our plan for a year before you opt out. You can't just come in and opt out. We've got to have a savings, not a increased cost. So yeah, I mean, I'm very, very happy. It's a tough business right now. As far as the OPEB is concerned, I forgot to wear my button tonight. I think some of the old FinCom people, maybe Ed has an old I got OPEB button. I think that given the budget and given the overall budget and where we are, 500,000 is a good number to have in here. Where we have 26 million, I also think what we learned in our last surveillance call with Wall Street, and actually what other communities I've heard, including Ed Bean on our FinCom, is that they'd like you to have more free cash and or money in stabilization. OPEB they weren't as excited about as they used to be. So okay, I guess 36 million didn't 36 million didn't excite them. It does excite me. That's pretty good. So we've done that for the last 10 years and kept this budget pretty good. I think last year we basically level funded it.
We did.
Maybe a little bit increase. So
we did. As
more help from the state.
I did run a little report just to give kudos to the PEC and to Steve for having the foresight to go into the GIC. As I pull the rate sheet from July 1 of 2011 and compare those plans with where we are now in FY26, the higher end family plan was $2,000 a month for the town's portion. Our average family plan now is $2,000 a month for the town's portion. So it is equal to what it was in 2011. So that's an incredible accomplishment for the PEC. It's a real feather in their cap.
But we'll be watching the state very closely on this. I know Jonathan's in the business, so he probably sees it too.
Did you have a question, Councilor?
Just two quick things. One, on OPEB, I am concerned about that number because we're falling behind where we'd want to be. Right? I mean, like realistically, I mean, we're throttling.
It's less than I would in an ideal world.
Right, we're throttling back. So that means that in terms of like when we're projecting out, like when we could be fully funded, that just kind of pushes that out ultimately.
Pushes it out a little bit.
I mean,
absolutely.
That's the reality of that. So I think we do need to be mindful of that. And I feel like when I know what we're looking at, potential deficits being forecast for fiscal 26 and beyond, my concern is that OPEB is the easy thing, and what a lot of other communities have done is when times are tightening up, OPEB is the first thing to, either drop funding up because it's not something that
if they even had it.
If they even had to be right, because it's not something that's tangible as some other things. Like you can't you're not going to lay off 8 people, but you could drop throttle back OPEB by $500,000, right? I mean, so that is I think an ongoing concern. The other piece, though, I wanted to understand is obviously GIC has gone up a lot. Director Forziati, I appreciate what you're saying about when you look at GIC has still been a tremendous win for our town. There's no question about that. I mean, this year notwithstanding, but even when like you're saying, Steve, but even like looking at other options we would have had, we would have been at a high percentage. Is there something that we understand that's driving those GIC percentage increases, and do we have any kind of forecast like on a go forward basis of where we think we're going to be? Has there been any talk of that?
Jonathan,
I was going to say, I can speak.
Jump in.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's not just the GIC.
The short version, I guess.
The short version is there have been some extraordinary increases in medical trends across the board, across the country, specifically in Massachusetts, that are affecting the GIC and everyone else. A big component of it is pharmacy costs. Pharmacy costs have gone up, probably 40% in the last 2 years, driven by a lot of the weight loss drugs that you see advertised on TV. That's a huge component of it. The continuing prevalence of behavioral health and substance use costs continues to drive up costs again for health insurance across the board. And just the continuing aging of the population. What you've seen is that a lot of care that was postponed in COVID is still working its way through its system, both, people that forewent care, when it wasn't available and then had sort of exacerbations that have just kind of gotten worse and worse and worse over years, or just the catch up in, the regular utilization of, people who should have gotten a colonoscopy 3 years ago but couldn't, and so, they're working their way through their system. So all of that has affected trends. I mean, this is, if you follow kind of what's going on in healthcare, if you follow any of the state information, this is not unique to Wakefield, it's not unique to the GIC. I also heard, 17 to 19% for some other municipalities at MMA. Unfortunately, absence of benefit designs, most, kind of private, small group, large group health insurance is seeing the same costs.
So, I mean, is there, from a forecasting perspective, is there any expectation we're going to see some degree of leveling off, at least maybe the COVID effect, kind of coming off?
Yeah, I mean, these things do work in cycles, right? So some of that will come off, but I think the concern right now that most observers have is there doesn't seem to be an abatement, particularly on the pharmacy side. So, that's one of the things I think we've got to be mindful of, and I absolutely agree with you on the OPEB comment, because, once you cut it, it's really hard to build that back in, because then that becomes extra budget trend that you're not anticipating. And, let's say if we had a year where health insurance costs were flat, like I'd hope we would take that opportunity to build back up to OPEB, because I think we were actually doing more than $1 million pre-COVID. So we've actually cut it down a couple of times, and we haven't built back up. My worry is that it's going to be, we're not going to see an era of flat trends on the health insurance side in the next, next time we're looking at the fiscal 2027 budget. I'd be shocked if we saw that.
I just think from our forecasting, we just really we have to be super mindful of this, because
it's a big budget.
Right. Yeah. It's a big nut to crack. We have to do it. It seems like we're trying to mitigate as best we can, but if this trajectory is as it's currently looking, we're not in good shape.
Are we prognosticating that we couldn't do $1 million in OPEB?
I'd say that if we wanted to do $1 million, could come back in the fall, see how things shake out. Right now, we don't know what new growth is going to be. We don't know that till the fall. We don't know what state aid is gonna be today. We're hoping it'll be a little bit more.
But
It's
we
not
don't
gonna be a
think it'll
great
be,
more.
we think if we get more, it's not going to be a huge.
I don't
number.
think so, no. But I think you can always do that. You could do that in the fall, you could do it in the spring again.
I just don't want to see us
I know.
lose sight of this.
Right, no, I agree with
because
you.
A million
This was-
is one thing and 500
Kevin
is
and I
very
went back and
different,
forth on this 47 times.
Yeah.
Like, just yesterday afternoon, 47 times.
What's our liability, like 100? 100? Is that where it is? For OPEB?
Right
Ballpark.
now, we're funded at like 36.5%.
Yeah,
So it's
which
100.
is,
Yeah.
but which is, sounds terrible,
We're-
but
we're
is
36
massive
extra.
compared to most
Yeah.
communities. I mean, it's,
Yeah, I mean, we are kind of lucky we can look at it in this, which is kind of a tough year.
yeah, like, I mean, it, you know, not that it becomes, you don't want to raid that fund, but we are at least well ahead of where a lot of other towns are. There's very few towns, I think Weston's the only one who's like pretty much funded.
A lot of good things about being in Western.
Yeah, well, you know.
Where were we?
There, you know,
Oh, we have nothing 10 years ago.
we're no Weston.
Okay, have we exhausted questions, comments? No,
Could
sorry.
I just briefly
Yes.
say again, I do, the job, Amy, that you and your team do in terms of working with employees is really extraordinary. So Steve mentions it when we have these discussions, and you did a great job of highlighting some of the work that's being done. But, the blocking and tackling that you guys do every day in terms of, helping people find kind of the right health insurance, the fact that we're, kind of looking critically at workers' comp and unemployment claims now is, I think, a big win. So thank you for the day-to-day work that happens that makes all of this very difficult budget a little bit more palatable.
It's a great team, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve budget number 46, the Human Resources Department as presented.
Second.
Motion seconded. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Sharon, that's 7-0. Thanks so much for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Annual town meeting warrant articles. It's like A is capital. Good evening.
Good evening. Phil Renzi, Chairperson of Capital Planning. Normally this would be a very easy presentation tonight, but a little bit of information came in this afternoon that I need some guidance from the town council about. We approved, and you saw the presentation, a list of requests. One of those requests was two-way radios from the school department for $125,000. Came to my attention this afternoon. The school department has used funds from some revolving account to actually purchase those radios already, and wasn't communicated to us before our final vote was made last Monday. So what was presented as our final and what we voted on as a committee in front of you includes that $125,000 for two-way radios, which are now already purchased from the school department. So I don't want to present and ask for approval of something that is inaccurate, and wanted to see if we would have time to meet again to revote and then come back with a approved list at a future date. I don't know what the timelines or schedules are or the mechanics of this, so that's where I'm at.
I'll kick this to the town administrator and/or town council with an S as opposed to CIL to see whether, would we have time on this? To bring this budget back on at our next meeting?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
It'd have to be the 14th.
14th, yeah. Given the hour,
And my second request is that I be put earlier on that agenda if I can. No, the waiting area is very comfortable, but that would be great. So the next meeting, so it would be April 14th.
it would be. Any questions on this? So I assume that without that 125, and which would bring your number down to a closer to 2 million, you either want to go back and do more, or you don't feel comfortable because you all as a committee haven't had a chance to.
We as a committee, right, we had to discuss cutting about $6 million worth of requests this year to hit our budget. And so this 125,000 could be put to good use in some other manner. So we want to have the ability to meet as a committee again, to look at our list and some of the final items we were debating about at the end and cut to see if we can bring them back into the mix to get to our budget.
Right. I don't have any problem with tabling this. Do we need a motion, Steve?
Yes.
So, Mr. Chairman, I move that we table the capital planning budget request with the caveat that it be added to the top of the agenda next meeting on the 14th.
Second.
Motion seconded. Any discussion, questions, comments?
The only thing I wanted to say is they probably didn't communicate with you because you didn't have one of the two-way radios.
Maybe, it could have been, right, it's like the snake eating its tail, right, yeah.
Okay, anything else? Seeing nothing. All those in favor? Opposed?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for sitting for 4 hours.
Sure.
Table you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can we do that with some?
What's that?
You could take all the rest of one. One more.
Yeah, next up is eminent domain, Steve.
Yes, your favorite one.
Nice. I was asked to explain this today to a constituent.
Yeah.
That wasn't much fun. I texted him.
Good call.
What is that? Again, every year, I know we do it every year. Okay, who's got the lead on the eminent domain?
Well, okay, go ahead.
Okay.
So eminent domain, $1, basically an insurance policy. If we need to take an easement from time to time to do our work, that would be for.
Right. Like if we did one of those treesements that I called it, right, Steve, or somebody gave.
Absolutely. Tom Mullen hates them, so.
Yeah.
Use it.
Right. Anybody want to fight over the dollar eminent domain, or any questions, comments, concerns? I'll entertain a motion.
So I move that we approve the request for the $1 eminent domain placeholder.
Second.
Motion seconded. Any comments? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? We have 2 people abstaining on this one. Sherry, it looks like. Just for the minutes. Thank you. And now we have DPW memo
So refuse recycling.
for refuse and recycling yard waste is the next budget, I believe. Or
So,
the next item, article item, yes.
So that budget is $2,456,958. The good news on this, it's level funded this year. Some highlights, tonnage is trending down from 75,000 to 72, which is great tons. The disposal rate has dropped. So in July, it'll drop from 101.30 down to 98.35 per ton, which is almost $3, which is great per ton. We have to credit Joe for that. He worked with Covanta to get that rate down. We have a nice 10-year contract. It's capped at 4%, which is great. A lot of the landfills will be closing 26, 28, and 30, so we go to an incinerator. So that's, I think, a feather in Joe's cap to have worked that out. Still working on diverting trash, so cardboard, metal, eyeglasses, phones, string lights, textiles, and compost are all now going, hopefully being diverted. This year we got $13,000 in our RDP grant, which was great. We used that to do the pumpkin toss at the schools. We've used it to get containers for more cardboard, which has been great. I need to put a plug in for our rain barrel sale, and backyard composters going on till May 12th.
So that's great. We're actually paying less than we are doing less. So you think that's probably the diversion?
Yes.
That's causing that. Excellent. Any questions from councilors? Councilor Chine.
Just a quick question. So the trash contract, so it sounds like we've got a 10-year deal in place for that?
So trash and recycling, that whole program is essentially split up into 3 pieces.
Mm-hmm.
There's the collection of curbside trash,
Yep.
recycling, and then a third contract for the disposal. So what that is our ability to go to the incinerator and then offload that tonnage they convert to energy. So that contract was up at the end of this fiscal. We were able to renegotiate that with them and enter into a 10-year, like Ann had said, that is capped based off the commodities indexes at a maximum of 4% moving forward. Fortunately for us, the first year that contract saw the rate drop that Ann had mentioned, so at least for Mr. Sherman's purposes moving forward, he could project at 4%, and then we can adjust every July 1.
Got it. And what's the term of the other two agreements?
I'll tell you in just a second.
They'll be up June 30th, 27.
Okay. And do we have a sense, I think, we've heard before, particularly on the recycling side, that, there's kind of a crisis coming in terms of the cost of recycling. So do we have a sense as to what we might be talking about next year at this time in terms of what we might be able to expect from a cost perspective?
So next year, we actually have the contract numbers for the final years for refuse and recycling. So we'll know what that is. The only variable there will be whatever may change related to personal services, so running the yard waste program, square collection, things like that. What our intention would be is to start the conversation of what the future might look like early, probably get through the town meeting cycle, and after the 4th of July, and come in and start laying out some of the potential scenarios, and then how the town council would like us to solicit feedback and put together some options moving forward. One of the things that we will definitely see, should we go back out to RFP for recycling and refuse services, is that no one will bid on a contract that isn't automated. So they all prefer, the arm picking up the cart for both trash and recycling, which would be a new thing for us. So that in turn is we'll have to make a decision on whether or not we want to invest in carts, and then we'll have the conversation of, should we decide to go down that road, what's the size of the cart? Do we go 96? Do we go 64 gallon? And things like that. So what Ann and I's intention would be is to lay it all out on the table, solicit some feedback, and then we'll kind of take our marching orders and try to develop some lanes to say, path A, B, C, and, and try to narrow it down to be out to an RFP early. That way we can, plan for that.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Councilor Kern.
And I just read, I'm not sure, I'm right on this, from time to time, they'll do a testing of the contamination. Does that happen often, or is that just a set one time they do it and we're stuck with it?
No, you can request it. The trouble, I think, on a personal level for me, is that leaves Wakefield, and we don't always have someone that can chase it to monitor that from end to end. So it is a little bit subjective. It goes to the MRFs, right, the technical term for the place that sorts that stuff. And then their interpretation of contamination is a little bit subjective. So we really want to be able to work with that into our, whatever RFP might come out of this, to try to nail that down, because if you're not careful with that, you could walk yourself into a liability that ends up costing you pretty handedly. So that's some of the things we'll have to talk about to try to reel that in and make it manageable, and not some wild west scenario where we're exposed and it's going to hurt us in the pocket.
Any other questions? Entertain motion?
Just wondering, Mr. Mullen, can I do all of these as one motion? If DPW goes through each of the articles?
Yeah, I think so.
That might be faster,
Okay.
if that's okay.
So we can just proceed to salt shed design and permitting?
Sure. So this is essentially a request from us to design and permit and put out the bids so we know what our construction numbers are to replace our salt shed. It's a plywood structure that was put in sometime in the 70s. We've got a lot of use out of it. Unfortunately, the rot's taken over to the point where it's starting to deteriorate more rapidly than we would like. So what this funding will do is it'll get us right up to the point where we can come back and ask for construction dollars. We need to do some survey, some wetland flagging and things like that, and then go through all that process and design the thing. So that'll take us there. If nobody has any questions on that, I can move to the next one too.
Councilor Chun.
Just a very quick question. I know obviously we don't know the number until we do this process, but just from an education standpoint, do you have like an order of magnitude? Like, is this like $1 million building project? Is it a $10 million building project?
It's not 10. It could see 7 figures. I think the variable that we need to understand is if there's any ground improvements to hold the load up.
Mm-hmm.
So if there needs to be any rammed aggregate piers or things like that, which obviously drive cost. And then, if essentially they're high arch gambrel made out of wood for the most part.
Yep.
So as long as the commodities are in decent shape, probably $1 million in that ballpark is probably right. We won't know until we get there, and then.
No, and obviously
Yeah.
not holding you to it. It's
No,
just
no,
one of
I
these
know.
things where, from where I sit, I have no concept as to like how much a
definitely not
salt shed
10.
would go for.
I mean, it serves a purpose. It's essentially it's a big barn,
Yep.
really.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions, Councilor Vincent?
Thank you, Chairman McLean. How long does it normally take to construct it once you have the funding for it?
So in a perfect world, we'd be through design, and then we could come back to the town council for either the fall or the springtime to talk about how we want to fund that. I think if everything worked out, we'd go through one more winter with what we have, and then it would be reconstructed. The nice thing, I guess, if anything's going to be nice about this, the present sheds that we have can stay in place as we build a new one. We're moving it away from the wetland as far as we can. So there won't be, any period where we have our piles exposed, things like that. But, we're prepared to try to make it through the next year if we have to. If timing works out and the opportunity is right in the fall, maybe we come in at that point in time and ask for construction dollars to construct this time next year. But we won't know that till probably after the 4th of July, and we can get kind of rolling on some of the design stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could note that both items D, E, and F, the salt shed, the fueling island, and the Butler Ave remediation, those all be bonded. So you know.
Fueling island replacement.
Yes. So if you wound the tape back to last year, we asked for design money for this. We are in front of you asking for this, but this is really a facility that services the whole town. So anybody with a municipal vehicle that gets gasoline or diesel fuel can use this. So what this $2.6 million would be to do is to construct a new island. Our intention is to move this to Nahant Street, off the street a little bit, just past our guard shack, so we could queue the traffic kind of inside our facility. And then it will also abandon the old station that is out of its warranty that sits currently at 35 North Ave at the DPW barn.
Would you then also have to remove that?
That's included in this price. So
That's
that would be
included.
to remove the old tanks, put the whole system there out of service, and close it off with all the paperwork involved.
Any questions on the fueling island replacement, Councilor Childs?
I don't think this is a question you'll be able to answer tonight, but I mean, this is a pretty large cost to take on. And, one of the things that we talked about when we had the feasibility study come before town meeting is, the fact that we do see savings buying fuel at wholesale versus retail. Obviously, aside from the fact that, we can run this 24 hours for our own sort of emergency vehicles. I would love to get some understanding of what kind of fuel savings we're seeing and sort of how that relates to, the net present value of a $2.6 million bonding investment. I think it's just something with an expense of this side, we should be asking ourselves, like, is it actually worth it? Or at the end of the day, would we be better off looking at another solution if the existing fuel island at Nahant Street isn't, not Nahant Street, at the DPW yard on North Ave isn't viable. So, none of this is to suggest I don't think that we should move this forward to town meeting, but I'd love to see some analysis before town meeting just to get an understanding of how we think about the finances of this.
Absolutely. I can give you just a quick Reader's Digest. So generally, the cost at the pump versus what we can procure the fuel for and then run the whole program is about 30% cheaper for us than it would be to go to any one of the gas stations in town. The other benefit, the real driver for us, is that contractually, if we make a call for a delivery, we have to get that delivery within 8 hours. So for us to be able to have that on-site, managed on-site through our emergency preparedness meetings, I know with my group, anytime we know we're going to get weather or something like that, the first question is, what do we have in stock for fuel? And then what are we going to order to top that off?
Yeah.
So it's not, hugely impressive on a gallon per gallon piece, but there is
No,
some
but I mean, I
savings there.
think if we know it's a 30% difference, I'd love to just see us sort of do the math to figure out, like, okay, based on how much we spend annually, how many gallons of fuel we're talking about, that means that the payback period for this investment is X number of years. I would just love to see that comparison.
Absolutely.
Before town meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you're gonna put this over by the pit. Haven't we talked, and this is 6-7 years ago now, about potentially the new site for, I think we poo-pooed it, but the new site being where the salt shed is, like a new DPW building?
So it's one of the options. What you'll see, we're waiting on the results of one more report that we're currently doing. And then we'll probably have something a little bit more formal to present on that topic, probably sometime just after town meeting. We did talk about using Nahant Street as the potential to land a new DPW facility.
Yeah.
I think it's still one of the options. What'll end up probably happening is we've essentially come to a fork in the road. We could turn left or right, and we'll have two different options to talk about at that time, one of which could be Nahant Street, and then there may be an opportunity to potentially rebuild on-site and utilize one of the other properties we're using and do a two-building approach that way. So with these, there's no underground components, so if we had to move them, they're all above ground.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about the fueling island. This is more about the salt shed. Like, why are we gonna do a whole design and permitting on building a new salt shed for, if we're gonna put the DPW building on top of the salt shed?
We have room. We have room to site a DPW building and the salt shed.
And the new salt shed.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
okay.
the salt shed and the new fueling island.
That'll be part of, so we know you need 80,000 square feet, let's say, for the facility. That will be part of the planning process to locate this thing, to make sure that should that become advantageous to the town down the road, we can do that.
That's fine. Great.
Are you concerned at all about increased traffic at the pit?
So not really. I think anybody that would use this is already in there anyway. So I think, depending on whether or not we can fund it or not, then we'd set off a whole, we'd have to go for a variance on the property. We'd likely have some discussions with TAC. One of the things we'd probably like to do down the road is realign the entryways so they're teed up with the street across the street from it. We can't do that right now because we want to make sure that everything with the high school is done. The rotary or the intersection changes, whatever that may be, are in place, so we know what those are before we design an entryway right into, that buffer zone of the two projects. So once we have an understanding of what's going on up the street a little bit, then we can kind of target what we want to do and, potentially roll that in holistically, all at one time.
So are you thinking of a different entrance? Is that what I'm hearing?
It would probably make sense from a traffic engineer standpoint. I would defer to Bill and the folks there, but if we
Do we
were
have a traffic engineer?
if we were to queue that up, if we were to queue that up with the road across the street, it probably makes the most sense for that. The entryway now is a little funky. The grades are a little goofy there. We'd probably keep that as a backup. It would just stay locked unless we needed it. But it's a part B to it because we need some of the other things to materialize so we know exactly what we're dealing with.
Any other questions on this one? Councilor Carney.
I just suggest we're very careful about changing the entranceway because the neighbors are gonna.
It's all things that we have to hash out. And,
Definitely.
And it has to work too because the setbacks
It's one
and
thing to
everything.
have the problem there, and they know they have a problem there. They bought the house, they have a problem there. Now you move it up 200 yards, and we'll have an outcry.
Totally.
And this would not work over on North Ave?
No. So what will end up happening is then you would basically, to redo this at North Ave, you'd occupy the same amount of space in the middle of the parking lot, if not more. And what that does is, from a future perspective in building construction, you've essentially planted this thing in the middle of the property. Now you have to build around it, and it gets some of the out-of-the-box things that they need to do to work around that and go vertical and things like that. It ends up driving your cost dollars. So right now, too, the other thing, not to go too far in on this certain times when people come in and fuel up, there are scenarios where they actually have to back up into North Ave because it's just so busy there. At least by moving it off-site into Nahat Street, we should be able to queue that whole load off-site into the property, so there wouldn't be the congestion that we see currently how we're operating now.
Any other questions? Butler Ave remediation, 1.3 million.
So, thanks, folks. Bill Renaud, Town Engineer. Starting off, so over the past year, we've received our final approvals from DEP in 2024. Moving forward, since we've received that, we've got pricing from our contractor, which came in higher than what we anticipated, about 1.7 million. Our insurance that we received as part of the purchase of the property was only for about $1 million. Some of that went towards the design of the project as well as the approvals at DEP. So we're requesting $1.3 million to make this whole. That includes contingency for soil. One of our plans is to reuse soil that we have at Nahat Street. If that doesn't test out properly, this budget would allow us to still move forward with that, with the project as planned. You'll note in the packet, you saw a plan kind of showing sketches of what the area looks like. So that is approved through our Conservation Commission as well for the remediation of all the trees that need to be taken down to properly cap the area. This is important because we're capping the area as opposed to removing the fill that was placed, which is all on top of an old wetland. DEP has okayed this approach with the capping, so that's a huge savings to the town. So while we are asking for more money, if we were to remove all of that soil, we'd be talking tens of millions of dollars here as opposed to 1.3 million. So that's it, really in a nutshell. Happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, I'll just say I've probably been as active as anybody bugging you about Butler
yes.
Ave for many years. We had a licensed site professional that wasn't getting the job done. I was pushing on that. We had Weston and Sampson in there. I think I've always operated, though, under the unfortunate misconception that insurance was going to cover this. And it's really not looking that way.
Yeah,
I think that doesn't necessarily bode well for future use of the property unless we decide to eat a fair amount of money because we had to buy the property.
Mhm.
Now we have to put another 1.3 million into the property. So you won't have me around anymore, but hopefully future councils can figure out how to use that property should they so choose for any kind of low-income housing or truly affordable housing. I just think this factors into the whole numbers equation.
It does,
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah. Any other questions? Seeing none, we also have easement relocations, 39 Grafton Street, 70 Butler Avenue.
Yep. So we'll start with 39 Grafton. So this was highlighted as part of our due diligence that we do for our roads program. Part of what we do is we go and meet with the folks on the streets we're going to pave, look for issues that they may have that we can correct as part of projects that we're doing. On 39 Grafton, we identified a flooding problem, which if we were to reconfigure our drainage would help to solve some of that problem and actually shorten the run of drainage replacement that we had to do. We also had a section of a culvert that was on the property that was not within an easement. So this kind of cleans up both of those pieces as one article. And then 70 Butler Avenue, we get these requests every so often for kind of reconfiguring easements. The request came in to cut the easement down by about 5 feet, which would align with the setback. 15 feet is more than enough for us to still do the work. The pipe is well within the easement. We don't see that really as an issue. We had a similar project and easement request that came to town meeting, I want to say 2 years ago at this point, that I presented. So pretty consistent stuff we've been doing.
Any questions on the easements? I think we've gotten through all of them, and could possibly entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve the warrant article request for an article for refuse recycling yard waste, an article for salt shed design and permitting, warrant article for fueling island replacement, warrant article for Butler Avenue remediation, and warrant article related to easement relocations at 39 Grafton Street and 70 Butler Avenue.
Second.
Motion seconded. Any discussion or questions, further questions from the council? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Sherry, I believe we have 7-0 on that one as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item is
Thank you, everyone.
Alternative Transportation Corridor Lease Agreement, Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority and the Town of Wakefield for the Wakefield-Linfield Rail Trail Extension.
I gave you a preview on this at the end of last meeting.
We did.
This is a good thing. It's been many, many years in the making.
Yes.
And this allows us to go forward with that very important project. Like Bill can say more than I did. He's really worked a lot on this, more than I did.
Yeah, this has been about 2.5 years of hounding MBTA to sign to sign this document that we've had in front of them for a while. So this is good, really, really good news. So this allows us to advance some of our design for the Rail to Trail project. Currently, it's on the tip for fiscal '28, although that may be moving, was what I'm hearing, or they may look to split it into two. So if you recall, you folks funded through ARPA part of the design for the Rail to Trail, and then adding in that would be the lower main section in front of the Galvin, all as one project that went as a project to the state. And this essentially allows us to move forward with the Rail to Trail component and some of the testing and things that we need to do to advance the project. But this gets us going. Probably design will end up being complete within the next year or so with this lease being signed.
And if the council recalls, the insurance was in the insurance budget.
Yes.
Which we already approved.
Any questions from councilors on the agreement? Councilor Chines.
I'm assuming this also allows us to physically open the trail to people.
Very much so. That's a big one
Excellent.
too. Yes, I left that out. But
You
thank
had me at-
Thank
you had me at
That
open.
probably was a more important part to add.
Little detail.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the councilors? And I believe the motion here would be, Steve, to allow the town administrator to sign said agreement, or?
I think it was set up for the council. I thought it was set up for you folks to sign.
I think you just want
Is it
to
set
vote
up
to
for us?
approve
Oh, I thought
the
I saw
lease.
Steve.
No, I think
May
it's
was-
me.
I
Is
think-
it you?
I thought it was
Okay.
Steve in the document.
Yeah.
We've got by David Lepore for MBTA, and
And it has me.
we've got Stephen Mayo,
Yeah.
town administrator, duly authorized.
So, Mr. Chair, I move that we authorize the town administrator to sign the alternative transportation corridor lease agreements with the MBTA.
Second.
Motion seconded.
Emphatically.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Sherry, that's 7-0. Thank you very much. And we also have apparently a citizen donation.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the citizen donation of $500 to the Rail to Trail with thanks.
Second.
Motion seconded. Any discussion?
Who'd you come from?
I don't know. Is it anonymous, Steve?
It's anonymous.
It's anonymous, yeah.
Anonymous.
So how does that, Steve, work? How does that work, Steve? Will there be like a separate fund?
Oh, yeah, we'll put that in a separate fund.
So we're gonna create a separate fund,
Yep.
so if people want to donate to Rail to
Absolutely,
Trail?
yep.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Sherry, that's 7-0. Town Administrator Search Committee composition.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would this be you, Town Administrator, to start?
Oh, yeah, well, and thank you, everybody, for getting back to me. In your package, and it came later today, was when I got the last rendition, was...
Got me to answer.
What? No. I think at the last meeting, Councilor Butt said, people give what their thoughts was on the screening committee, and so I put it in a little, presentation here, a little graph, so you guys can all see what your different thoughts on the screening committee.
Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a couple of things. First of all, as I'm kind of looking at, and I apologize, I'm looking at this for the first time. I didn't get a chance to see it before the meeting. it looks like some of the common names that, kind of come through are, Mr. Mullen, Mr. Gill, Dr. Lyons, are on a number of these suggestions, as well as some different combinations of a town employee or two. Actually, I see Ms. Waite's name come up a lot, although after we've kept her here last night, I'm not sure that she's looking for the additional work. And so I wonder if that maybe a core group of individuals to start with is something that might have some broad acceptability in the council. I think in terms of numbers, it was interesting. I think we heard today one of the search committee, or one of the search firms recommend 5 to 7. The other suggested 7 to 9. I don't know if that means we think about 7 as the right number, which seems to be where most of us landed on this.
The only other thing is that they did say not to do a majority of town employees. So you probably, if we
Well, they
go
said not to do a
7
majority of direct reports.
Okay.
And so, like, I at least as I would think about that, if you had, Dr. Lyons, Mr. Mullen, those aren't direct reports of the town administrator. Those are more like peer participants.
Mr. Chair, I'm flattered, of course.
We've
also kept you too long, Tom.
But, and as you can hear, I'm enthused. Just want to point out, I have never belonged to a public body that I advise. Okay, so I'm a little hesitant about that. Also, I do regard myself as a direct report to the town administrator in every town that I work in. So there's that too. That said, I'll do whatever you like.
It took you 17 years to hear that.
I know, I never heard that before.
So can I ask a process question? We heard the 2 presentations earlier today. Are we going to vote on which search firm to use? Is that, I don't see it on the agenda, but I feel like that's kind of the more pressing, since we need to digest this a little bit too and take their considerations and what our town council is saying.
I do think we would want the winning firm to also maybe weigh in further.
Possibly.
Potentially.
Yeah.
I will just add, that was going to be after we talked about this, that was going to be my other question. I know we had talked when we set up the schedule for the search firm of potentially making an award the same evening that we heard from both or however many firms we had come speak to us.
Does anyone have a problem with a vote to, yes, sir?
I move that we choose the Community Paradigm Associates LLC as our selection consultant.
Second.
Motion seconded. Any discussion or comments, questions? Councilor Gines is first, I think. I'll get down.
Just one question. I don't know, Mr. Mayor, have we checked any of their references?
I have not.
So I will say, for me personally, I do think that Community Paradigm had the stronger proposal, and I thought they had a much stronger presentation. I would maybe ask, though, that we just maybe make the award contingent on a reference check, just to make sure that there's nothing we're missing.
Reference
It's
checked.
part of the motion, I definitely, yeah.
Yeah, reference to be checked by town administrator or town councilors?
Correct.
Town administrator.
Yeah, town administrator or town council.
Or town council. Yes.
I think I would, and I was sort of torn because, like, I felt like the MRI guys ran long and they went for a long time before they asked us a question. But I do think that they are probably the more professional, the more, like, broad-based. They're more likely to find candidates that are not, that are not dyed-in-the-wool, like, Mass Municipal Association people. the former, I wasn't thrilled with either one, but Community Paradigm Associates felt like, it was going through the motions. Why don't we just go and like put up a sign at the Community 361 or 361 Connect? I didn't have a great feeling about, like, they didn't talk very much about their process. They really talked about like who they know and how they can, and like, great, so their people at Suffolk are like, and by the way, the municipal resources has found like, a number of town administrators that are in that sort of mid-career, mid-30, and you don't want to age people, but like in that their most recent hires have all been sort of mid-career, early career professionals. I think the process they described was probably much stronger. The Community Paradigm Associates are like, we know these people. Like, they're like, we know all the people here. It was not old boy network, but it was very much like, oh, we just know people, we'll get it right. We've done this a bunch of times. We've been doing this for 40 years, trust us. I'm probably more inclined to go with, even though they were more verbose, and both of them like have an awful lot of things, I felt like in the long run, I feel like we'd get a better candidate pool with MRI. I just feel like they're more who I'd hire if I was doing this as a general search for a leader anywhere versus just going out and finding, rounding up the usual suspects.
Councilor Dombrowski. I'll get right over to you, Councilor Vincent.
I think one of the concerns I had with municipal resources is that they kind of buried the lead for the first 30 minutes. And I think that matters, because when we're talking about like a search firm that's going to be working with a search committee, for instance, like the obvious thing was to know, like, this is what we're presenting to you. And like these anecdotes and stories, as nice as they were, going back to 1981, serve no purpose. And I think you need to be able to read the room and read the audience. And that to me was a concern, because if they're not doing that presenting to us, it seemed like they were like kind of missing the focus. The other piece is, I understand what you're saying, Councilor Butler, but when you look at what the roster of Community Paradigm Associates, it was far and away like far more expansive in terms of town managers, town administrators, and the like. A lot of who municipal resources had, they would list a community, if you notice, but then many of them were like 9 or 10 years ago, and oftentimes it would be like a police chief or an HR director and the like. So they didn't have like nearly just the volume. And I think inherently when you have that kind of volume, you have more touch points with more candidates, right, that are kind of in the pool. I found Community Paradigm Associates to actually be like clearer about what the process would look like, and I think they got to the point he got to the point much faster about kind of laying it out there for us. So he knew the audience and knew what we were looking for and presented to that. So
by the way, I don't think he was quick either. I think
he wasn't. No,
I think he could have done it. He could have shaved 10 minutes off his.
But I'll say, like somewhere like Lexington, like I respect that they would have placed someone in Lexington, because I think that this, like, Lexington has a lot of good going on in that community, for instance. But there were a lot of other good communities that Community Paradigm Associates, I thought, had really placed individuals for.
Yeah, Councilor Vincent.
Thank you, Chairman McLean. My question was whether, I didn't see it in the materials, did Paradigm have a guarantee, like municipal resources did? Municipal resources had that 1-year guarantee?
I don't remember seeing it. Let me look at it.
Frankly, if I was municipal resources, I would have let off with that, that we guarantee our work. And I still would go with Community Paradigm. I will say where I agree with Councilor Butler's, as municipal resources started to talk about what they do, the essay questions, I thought that was a really good idea. The extensive background check, the heavy emphasis they had on communication skills when they look at the potential applicants. They just didn't lead off with the things they should have led off with. So in the aggregate, looking at what was presented to us in writing, coupled with the presentations made tonight, Community Paradigm Associates made a more impressive presentation to me.
Councilor Chimes.
Thank you. Councilor Butler, thinking about your comment around sort of rounding up the usual suspects. To be clear, that's my concern with both of the firms. And, you know, when I asked my question about how are you sourcing candidates, how are you assuring, you know, a diversity of candidates in terms of backgrounds, in terms of, again, you know, race, gender, whatever, I wasn't wild about either answer that either firm gave. I think that's an area where whoever we pick, I think we'll need to stay on them around how do we make sure that they're looking outside of the usual, you know, I'm putting an ad in the MMA Beacon. Again, I don't think that was an area where either of them really stood out, and I think that's something that I hope that when we appoint our search committee and when we as individuals meet with them, I hope that's something that we push them hard on in either case.
They're both very short money for what they're like.
They are
12,800 and $16,000. That does not generally buy you like a town administrator type position from a recruiter. Just or from a $200 and something thousand position from a recruiter. So it's interesting to you're like, oh, I think they'll do more than that. I don't think they can do much.
Oh no, I'm saying the opposite. I don't think they will naturally do more than that. I think we'll have to push them on that.
I also just don't think about it. They're going to meet with people. They're doing it's a lot of stuff for 14 grand, or let's average it out at 14 grand.
I did think it was interesting that MRI was focusing on the, you put it in that paragraph for diversity. That was weak.
That was not the best answer to start with.
But I was impressed that they were able to then say, but here's all the diversity that we have found. In reality, they're going through their papers and they could point to actual situations.
You look, and they did find like newish people at Westford, at Lexington, at what was the Bedford, like, and so Bedford's a similar-ish community. Westford's not really, although Westford has a big budget, which I didn't fully get. I'm surprised to see Westford's budget's like 135 million, which I didn't think they were that big a town.
I might just add that there's nothing stopping us from having them, the community paradigm, like retained, so long as they would agree to, for example, the 1-year guarantee. If that's something that would matter to us,
you could negotiate that.
We could negotiate that. But we could also say that we want written questions of, applicants. Those are certainly negotiables. I think the 1-year guarantee would have to be negotiated up front, and we'd have to agree that that's a condition of their approval. I'd be shocked if they would not agree to that. But if there are any elements, Councilor Vincent, that you liked of the second presenters, we could negotiate them with the first, I'd say, because they also were a few grand more, so there's a little bit more cushion in there. So I think it's fine. It's fair for us to go back and say that we're willing to go forward with you, provided you'll do X, Y, and Z.
Makes sense.
Do we get to negotiate price with them? Like, could we negotiate CPA down? Is that legally allowed? Are we allowed, like, because they submitted RFP answers, I wasn't sure if they were allowed to move off that number.
Yeah, this was the most informal process possible under 30B because of the low dollars we're talking about. It was basically a request for quotes from 3 entities that were in the business, and 2 were applied.
Okay.
So yeah, yes, we can negotiate with them.
Do we want to say 15,000 1-year guarantee and written question?
I mean, if I may, 15,000 versus 16,000, I think is immaterial. I think the more relevant points are: do we want to push on the guarantee, and do we want to make sure that there is a written component to the responses that we get to the candidates? I think those are reasonable things to try to negotiate.
I totally agree with that.
And I don't think you need 5 of them.
No, I think that
5
was
essays.
excessive.
I thought it was excessive.
Yeah.
You might chase off a candidate or 2 that you might otherwise wish to hear from. But you know,
Yeah, I only make
whatever
people
you
work
think.
when they're in the finals.
So I think, so then friendly amendment to the motion to
I'll agree to those terms. Yeah.
the one-year guarantee and the written questions as condition. Okay.
So we have a motion seconded. Does everybody know the amendment? Did you hear the amendment down at
What's
the end of the
oh,
table?
to about a
One
year and
year guarantee, the same one-year guarantee, and they provide written questions to applicants.
And I'd like to, I think that was a good suggestion of Counselor Chines. I think, Steve, you should call at least 2 references and just ask about working with them, since, you know, we're gonna have to work with them. So, how were they responsive? Did they get back to you? Like, less about the candidates they found, but more about how they worked with the board.
they did not promise not to poach as well.
Hmm.
That was the other thing. They did not, like the MRI people, promise that they don't go after the people who they place, which may or may
But they also said if they come to us, we don't, I mean, you
Yeah,
can't,
yeah, well,
you can't
that's
stop
your,
anyone
that's
from
your
looking.
non-solicit versus non-compete.
I mean, a lot of this stuff is, you can drive a
you got
truckload through
trucks,
some
yeah.
of the caveats. to
But
this.
I mean, I don't know. I think the rubber stamp is to go with CP, whatever. I wasn't impressed. So. And they're, you know, they've got a lot of years in them, so that's good, I guess. I just don't think the other people seem like they actually placed people in who were sort of not even non-traditional candidates, just, you know, that were definitely, that you could get the 20 years that we got out of Steve. But I don't know. I feel like asking them to change their style to do the written questions, they'll do them, but if it's not something they do, they're not going to be focused on that. That's not, you can't ask somebody to do something new. It'd be like asking the other people to, like, be glad handers. They're definitely not that. I'm telling you, I think CPQ, they're the salespeople, and the MRI people are, you know, not great salespeople. The ones we got tonight were not. I don't know if the president is. Anyway, that's my opinion, and I'll be the lone vote again.
I'll just add that this council can also shape, like, what the search parameters are for them. So if we say we're looking for a mid-career person, ideally, right? Councilor Butler, because we're looking for longevity, for instance. That's something that I think that would resonate with them. It's clear, I don't think anyone in this council is looking for someone who's at the twilight and is going to give us, you know, 3 to 5 years and then likely be done. So I think that's part of the process when the council works with them.
Any other questions or comments? I think we have a motion seconded as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? 6-1, Sherry. Councilor Butler opposed. We have a, and do we want to do more on that particular
I guess the
item?
question is, what are we, are we deferring the conversation on the search committee, or?
I'd like to sit on this one and discuss it, and I'm not sure.
Can I maybe suggest we at least tonight agree on a number of people? Because I think that would help to frame everyone's thinking about it going forward. You know, is 7, I mean, 7 seems to be the predominant number.
The delta between
Yeah.
5 and 9.
And it's so maybe at least that, so then when people are reviewing further, they know, okay, 7 slots to fill, how do I fill those 7 slots?
Do we have
Agreed.
to vote on the 7, or can we just agree to it?
I think 7's
I
good.
think let's agree on
The number.
7 and knowing what Tom said. So I think if you want to redo based on 7 and redo who you listed. It's like March Madness, you're out first round.
playing
I always tell
game
my
even.
fellow town councils, this is just perfect, having 7, because I can afford to antagonize up to 3 at a time.
Okay, are we okay with
So
search committee?
what do you want me to just, Mr. Chairman, I move that we vote to approve a search committee composed of 7 individuals to be identified at the next town council meeting.
Second.
We will be picking folks with those of us at our last meeting. I don't have a horse in that race, I'm just asking
I mean, I
you
think
all.
that's reasonable. I mean,
Okay.
I think
Okay. Motion
the
second.
hope was perhaps that we would kind of be able to do it today. I think, we have a few
Yeah.
more things to think about, which is
Sure.
fine. But yeah, I think we should strive to.
But I
Do
think
it.
the out-of-community people will be picked by the new people.
Correct, yeah,
Right.
because we would have to post
Post.
for community members.
Sure.
And
Right.
not only that, but we
Right,
just saw Attorney Mullen decline.
right.
And we have no idea
We're
if the other
narrowing the
people
pool,
will say
narrowing the
yes.
pool.
I think the other employees aren't going to have a choice.
Oh, you think it's voluntold? Oh,
All right,
all right.
so that motion is seconded. Probably don't need much discussion on the number 7. All those in favor? Opposed? That's 7-0, Sherry, for a 7-member search committee to be determined.
Mr. Chair, could I make a motion to table items C and D to a future meeting, just given the hour?
Well, I don't know that we have anything to do on C, but,
All the more reason to table it?
yeah,
I think we,
I'm not willing to table D.
It's 10 of midnight.
Yeah, and we've been here for almost 5 hours working on all the other items, so I am not,
So I've made a motion to table C and D.
okay,
Seconded.
motion seconded. Any discussion on that motion?
this is CND?
Yes.
It is C and D, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, neither of them are time sensitive. It is 10 minutes of midnight.
I think
There are other things on the agenda that I think we can and need to get through fairly quickly. I don't know that spending time, particularly on D, talking about a substantive issue when, it's approaching tomorrow is necessarily the prudent course here.
Your opinion is noted. Any other discussions? Okay, the motion is to table both C and D. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Sorry, man.
We have item E as a settlement. Consider whether to approve settlement of prepared foods lawsuit. Vote expected. You want to take this one, Tom?
Give it to Tom.
Really briefly, I'm asking you to approve a proposed settlement and authorize Steve to sign it on your behalf. This was negotiated by our insurance defense counsel in an egregious copyright trolling case. So, are we giving in to extortion? Yes. Are these commercial terrorists? Yes. Should you authorize the settlement? Yes.
Yes.
Because, among other reasons, it's 12 minutes before midnight. No, but also seriously, because we don't have much of a defense. And the original sin here is ours, not anybody here, but somebody in town government snipped a picture from the internet and didn't check.
It was actually the vendor did it.
Okay, the vendor
was
did it,
doing the-
and it ended up in our brochure or circular or whatever. We have to make sure our people are vigilant. If you use an image, make sure that we have the intellectual property rights to it. And if you're not confident that we have them, don't use any image at all.
And we've been telling people to use stock stuff from communications. So, yeah. I think this incident even happened, the actual incident happened before COVID.
Any discussions on this? Okay, I'll accept a motion or entertain one.
I move that we approve the settlement as detailed by Council Mullen.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? I think that one's 7-0, Sherry. We have an appointment to the Metropolitan Area Planning Council of the town planner.
Yeah, we do need to designate a person from the town, or a position from the town, and that needs to be, the town council needs to designate a person from the town. So we would normally use the town planner to be our MAPC rep.
So move, we approve the town planner as our,
Second.
Motion seconded, any discussion?
We can
Oh.
also, excuse me.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair McLean. We can also appoint an alternate.
We can.
Wouldn't that be prudent to also appoint an alternate?
Sure. It can be anybody.
Oh, yeah, Tom Mullen?
It could be someone.
I don't know, you brought it up, Bob Vincent is apparently.
No, I would
Yeah.
suggest we appoint the town engineer.
Perfect. You accept that as a friendly amendment? I think he wants to amend it so you can do them both.
Yes.
Yeah.
oh, my,
Thank
I'll
you.
second the friendly amendment.
Okay, any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That's 7-0, Sherry, and I think that was prudent because you never know.
Right.
We have town election warrant, annual town election, April 22nd, 2025.
That one is time sensitive.
Okay?
We
So
just need the
We
warrant.
won't kick this can
We
down
need the
road.
warrant approved so we can post it and the election will occur legally.
Okay? Entertain a motion?
so move it.
Second.
Okay, motion seconded, any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed?
I'm just abstaining,
Oh, you're abstaining,
yes.
okay.
Given that I'm in that election.
Oh,
We caught you with that one, Jim.
So just as a point on
Yeah,
that. Mr.
make me an
Mullin,
abstention,
I don't
Sherry.
think- How have we handled that before when we, I don't think we've ever had abstentions when we've done just
No.
approving the warrant.
It doesn't matter, it doesn't
matter.
Doesn't matter?
no,
But
it
I-
doesn't matter, you can say whatever you want in the minutes.
We've never done that.
Approval of minutes, town council executive minutes, hopefully you've all read them.
Mr. Chair, move to approve the March 10th, 2025 Town Council Executive Meeting Minutes.
Friendly amendment that we also approve the March 10th, 2025 Town Council meeting minutes.
I think we had different attendance there, which is why I separated. Sorry.
Did we? All right.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Okay.
well,
You have to abstain. Withdrawn.
Oh, I did. Oh, yeah.
all right, all those in favor on this one? Opposed? Abstain? Yep, we got one abstention with, Counselor Butler. And
Mike, who seconded that one? I didn't catch it.
I think Councilor Dombrowski.
Counselor
seconded.
Dombrowski, Counselor Chines
Okay,
made the
thank you.
motion, Counselor Dombrowski seconded.
And Mr. Chair, move to approve the March 10th, 2025 Town Council Meeting Minutes.
Second.
Motion seconded. Any questions, comments, additions, deletions? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? That's 7-0. Any brief announcements? Seeing none. Matters not anticipated for the agenda? Hearing none. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Sure, I move that we adjourn tonight's meeting and reconvene Monday, April 14th at 6 p.m.
6 p.m.
Quiet six.
We have executive session.
Oh, we have an exception.
We may have executive session.
Okay. Motion is seconded. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? 7-0. Sherry, I will close this meeting of the town council at 11:54 p.m.